Assalamu alaikum, this is Andre with the Best Tech. In this tutorial, we're going to master how to create a full-stack multi-platform shopping app with React Native, Node.js, and MongoDB. To facilitate both beginners and advanced developers, we are going to start from scratch with a slower pace and pick up the pace as we progress. Our primary goals are to explore React Native, create a Node.js server for our application, and separate our Stripe payment server from our application server, giving us room to reuse the server in any application that we might develop in the near future. We're going to host our payment server on Railway to have one URL for our Stripe hooks. We are also going to explore other technologies like async storage, advanced MongoDB concept, and master MongoDB search indices. Without wasting much time, let's dive in and introduce the main features of our end product. So right now, let's go ahead and introduce the main features of our application. So this is what our application looks like. Right on top, we have our location and we have our cart. This location is a default location. If a user is not signed in, then this location is shown on the front page. And if you press on the cart button and you're not logged in, then you're redirected to the login page. We can press back and continue navigating through our application. Right below that, we have our title and we have our search. We have these beautiful sliders which changes to the next index each and every 3 seconds. Right at the bottom, we have our products. So we can scroll through and we can view all the products that we have. Right on top here, we have an animated title which is moving from the left to the right. So let's go ahead and introduce our search page. So if we click on search, we're redirected to the search page. And if we type a location of the product, then the results are rendered on our UI. So we can be able to search a product using the supplier, title, or any word in the description. So if we click on the product, then we are prompted to our product details page. In our product details page, we have counter whereby we can increase the number of items that we want to add to our cart. So let's go ahead and see our profile page. This is what our profile page looks like for a user who is not logged in. So we can go ahead and try to log in and then explore more of the features of our application. So if you press on login, we are redirected to the login page. For now, we don't have an account, so we have to go ahead and register an account. So I'm going to press register. So we have provided a name. So I'm just going to give a random name. We have to provide a location. So I'm just going to say Hangzhou, China. And we have to provide a password. So our password, we have the ability to hide and show our password. So if we press on hide, then our password is secure, and if we press on show, then we can see our password. So let's go ahead and sign up. If you press sign up, then we are prompted back to the login screen. In our login screen, we have to input the email that we've just used in our registration, and we have to input our password. So here, if the application is not ready, let's say the backend is not ready, this message is shown. You can press OK, then you can retry. So now we've successfully logged in into our account. Our location has changed, and if we press on our cart, then we're redirected to our cart this time since we are logged in. So let's go ahead and view our profile page, what it looks like when a user is logged in. So if a user is logged in, this is what our profile looks like. So we have favorites, orders, cart, clear cache, delete account, and logout. So let's start by visiting our favorites. In our favorites, we don't have anything yet. So let's go to our products. If we go to a product, open a product and add it to our favorites, then go back to our favorites to view our favorites. Then the product that we just added is in our favorites page. So we can be able to delete the product. If we revisit our favorites, we don't have products anymore. So let's go ahead and add a product to our cart. So to add a product, we just have to press. So if we go back to our cart, then that product should show up here. And right here, we have the ability to also delete that product from our cart. So if we press delete, then that product is gone from our cart. And let's go ahead and see how we can make a payment. So for payments, we're using Stripe. So if you press on Buy Now, then we are prompted to a Stripe page whereby we are supposed to input our details and complete the purchasing process. So this is our product. We have to put an email. In our application. So our order has been processed successfully. So let's go back, visit our orders. That product should appear in our orders, and our payment status is paid since we've successfully paid, and our delivery is pending. So here we can be able to clear the cache. Let's say we have products in our favorites and we just want to clear everything. We just don't want to delete product one by one. So let's add a product. Let's add 2. If we go back to our products, we have 2 products. Instead of deleting them one by one, we can just come here and clear cache. If we clear our cache, visit our products in our favorites, there's nothing. And we also have the ability to log out. So if we log out of an account, then we are prompted back to our home screen. Our location has changed. If we go back to the page, we are prompted back to the login page. And if you press back, this is the page that we see. So all the data that we are storing in our local storage is being stored with unique IDs. So multiple users can log in with same phone, but they can get their data as they left. So right now we want to go ahead and work on our part 2. So in our part 2, the first thing that we want to do, we want to focus on our backend, finish our backend, then we come back and implement all the functionalities in our front end and then integrate our backend to our front end. So without wasting any time, let's go ahead and open our backend and start working. The way that we left it the last time that we worked on it, in our controllers, we only have one file, which is the product controller. In our models, we only have one file, products model. And in our routes, we have product routes, and we also have our index and .env. So these two, we are just going to make a few changes as we go along, but we want to add more files to our controllers, models, and routes. So we want to start with our controllers. So we have to go to our terminal and we have to cd into controllers. So after we cd into controllers, we want to create files. So we want to use the command touch and we have to write the name of the file that we want to create. So the first file that we want to create is auth controller. Let's call it authcontroller.js. So after running this command, the file will be created. If you take a look at our controllers, now we have auth controller. So let's go ahead and create our other files. After the auth controller, we're going to need user controller. So we have our user controller. Let's go ahead and create cat controller. So these are the 4 controllers that we need. So let's go back. So we're going to run the command cd, then ... Now we are back into our root directory. So now we want to cd into models. Now we are in our models. So we want to create models. The first model that we are going to create is for the cart. So we are going to run the command touch. Then we write the name of the file that we want to create, which is cart.js. After that, we have to create another file, which is for our user. So we run the command touch user.js. So these are the 3 files that we require, and we want to create one more file for our orders. So we're going to run the command touch, and then we just do the same. It's going to be order.js. So we are done creating our models. Next, we want to go ahead and create our routes. So we're going to cd back to our root directory. In our root directory, now we want to navigate to our route. So we are going to run the command cd, then we have to write the name of the folder that we want to go to, which is routes. And then in our routes, we have to create the files for the routes that we need. So the first one is going to be for the auth. So we have to write the command touch, then auth.js. Okay, we are going to just rename the file there's no need for us to delete it. So we just add S. So let's go ahead and create our other files. So the next file is going to be for the user. So touch user.js, and then we're going to have the one for the orders too. So touch order.js. So now we have our 4 files. We are done. Create one file in controllers. So you need to cd into your controllers folder. In your controllers folder, you have to run the command touch, and then you have to create one controller for the orders. So it's going to be orders controller.js. After you're done with that, then you cd back to your root directory. In your root directory, you have to cd to your routes. So we cd to routes. In routes, we want to create one more file. And this file is going to be for the cart because we didn't create it. So we're going to touch and then cart.js. So we are done creating our files. So let's cd back to our root directory. Let's clear our terminal first and then cd to our root directory. So right now we want to focus on our models. And we want to go ahead and open our products model. After opening our product model, we want to copy this model. And then we go ahead and open our cart. In our cart, we want to paste the code. We want to make some changes to it so that it can fit for our cart. So we're going to create a framework that we can copy and paste for all our models. Then we can go ahead and work on them. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to change the schema name. So we come to our schema, select our schema, and then Control D so that we can select all the occurrence of our schema. Then we are going to change the name from products to cart. So we are done with that part. So now we want to change the name of the model. So the model is going to be cart. So we are done with our carts. We're going to select everything since this is our basic framework, and we go to our orders. We paste the same code, and then we repeat the process. We select our schema, Control D. Then we change the name of our schema from carts to order. Then we change the name of our model to order. We save the file. Control O, Control C, then we go to our user. In our user, we paste, we change the name of our schema, and then we go ahead and change the name of our model. So this one is going to be user, and then the name of the model is going to be user. So we are done creating our frames for our models. Next, we are going to visit each and every file and then input the data that we need for each and every model. So after closing all the file, the first file that we want to work on is the user model. So in our user model, we want to input the data that we want. Since we have our framework, the next thing that we want to do is to input the data. So we're going to have a username. So we have to provide the type. So it's going to be of type string. So remember, when writing our models, every data type starts with a capital letter, so it has to be uppercase. So our username is required, so we set required to true. So we are done with our username. We have to add a comma, and we want to copy this line. All our fields are going to be strings, so we just copy, press enter, paste. We need to paste it 3 more times. So our next variable is going to be an email. We want the user to provide an email whenever they are signing up. So our email, we have to add one more property, which is unique. Our email has to be unique. We don't want one user to create one email to create more than one account. So if we set this to true, then if a user tries to create an account while they have an existing account, then they won't be allowed to do that. So that's why we have this parameter. So let's go ahead on our next. Our next is going to be the password. So our password is going to be required, and it's going to be a string. We don't have to add anything special. Last, we are going to need our location. So for location, we are going to set a default location and remove this required Though in our front end, we are going to set it in a way that it's always required. A person has to enter their location so that they can proceed. So here we're going to require default, and our default location is going to be a string. So you can pick any location of your liking. So I'm going to go with Shanghai, China. So we're done with our user model. Next, we want to move on to work on our order. So our order requires quite a few. So let's go ahead and copy one of the variable that we have here. Go back to our orders. In our orders, we just paste it. So our first field is going to be a user ID. So we're going to be creating our order from our Stripe backend. So we require a user ID when we are getting the data, because from that end, when we are creating, it's set up in a way that, okay, a user ID is going to be available. And most of the properties that we are going to have in this model are going to come from Stripe. So next, we're going to have customer ID. So customer ID is created by Stripe. So our customer ID is going to be a string and is also going to be required. Right at the bottom, we're going to have a product ID. So this one, you can treat it as a product, not a ID, because the type is going to be of Mongo schema. It's going to be an object ID. So if it is an object ID, then we can populate the data in our backend, and then we can send the data. Though from the front end, we are just requiring a user to send the ID. If they send the ID, then we can find the product data in our backend. So we have to write the type. So our type is going to be of Mongo schema, mongos.schema.types.object ID. So here we have to provide a reference. So a reference points us to a model that we are going to get the data from. So since it's a product ID, we are going to point to our product model. So we are done with our product ID. Next, let's go ahead and work on our quantity. So our quantity is going to be of type number. Let's just write the field first. And we have to provide a default number here. No, we're not going to provide a default number because the default number is going to be in our front end. So here it's going to be required, and we need subtotal. So from our Stripe, we're going to get this value, the subtotal and the total. What we can do here, we can just paste the code that we have. And here we're going to say subtotal, and our subtotal is going to be a number. We're also going to have a total. So we're going to just remove the sub from subtotal, and then we can make it a total. And right below, we're going to require deliver status. So when we are creating an order, then we have to write the deliver status. So if an order is created, that means that order is pending delivery. So we just give a default value, and we are going to say pending. So whenever there is a change in stages in which the order is in. So let's say you receive the order in your backend, and you are delivering the product. Then you have to change the status from pending to processing. When you are carrying the order to the person, now it will change from processing to delivering. If the order has been received by the owner, then the status will change to delivered. So here we are going to remove this required, and we are going to set a default value, and our default value is going to be a string, and this string has to be pending. And right at the bottom, we're going to require another string, and this string is going to come from Stripe. It's going to be payment status. So whenever an order is paid for, then Stripe will give us a feedback. Okay, like, okay, this user paid for this product, and this is the status. So we have to capture that status, store it in our database. So it's going to be of type string. and we have to remove this default, and we have to make it required, and required is going to be true. So we are done with our orders. Next, we are going to go ahead and work on our cart. We have to change the name of this field from paid. The name is supposed to be payment status, not paid. Okay, so since we get that out of the way, we have to move to our cart. So in our cart, the first field that we're going to require is a user ID. So we can just go here in our order, copy this field, and then we go back to our cart, we paste it, and we leave it like that. The next field that we're going to require, they are the products, because each and every cart requires the products. So let's say you're adding things to your cart. So these things that you're adding to your cart, they're going to be stored under your user ID in our backend, and then your products are going to be added in a list in these products. So this products is going to be a list. This map is where we are going to store our product. So first we're going to need a cart item. A cart item is our product. So this is going to be our product. So this cart item takes a map, and this map is going to be of type Mongo schema. So let's provide the type. So our type is going to be mongos.schema.types.objectID. So since it's a product, we have to give it a reference just the same way that we did in our orders. So here we want to have our ref, and our reference is going to be a string, and we have to provide the name of our model, which is the product model. So we got that out of the way. And the next thing that we're going to require is the quantity. So whenever a person is adding something to the cart, they're sending the ID of the product they're adding to the cart and the quantity they want. Okay, so we're going to have our quantity down below. So our quantity is going to be of type number. So we have to provide the type here, and our type is going to be a number. So here we have to set a default. So if they don't provide a value from the front end, or something happens in our front end that we didn't send the number of items required in the backend, we are going to set the number of quantity to 1 by default. So this is all that we require for our carts. So we are done with our models. Next, we're going to go ahead and start working on our controllers. Next, we want to go ahead and open our auth controller. In our auth controller, the first file that we require, we're going to require our user model. So const user is equals to require. So here we want to get our user model, and our user model is going to come from our models folder. And in our models folder, we want to access our user model. So that's all that we need to do there. Next, we need to install 2 dependencies. One is crypto.js to encrypt and decrypt our password, and the other one is going to be JSON Web Token. So in this application, we might not use JSON Web Token in the front end, but in the backend, we are just going to set it up. Because if we tend to go ahead and upgrade our application as we go, then we might need to have a working middleware to protect our route. So let's go to our terminal. We're going to run the command npm i. So first, we're going to install JSON Web Token. Next, we're going to install crypto.js. So we have to install these 2, and then we have to import them. So first, I'm going to import crypto.js. So it's going to be crypto with JS in caps. So we're going to require our crypto.js here. Next, let's go ahead and import our JSON token. So we're going to give it a name, JWT is equals to require. We're going to require our JSON Web Token. So we are done importing our files. Next, we want to go ahead and work on our models. So first, we need to export this model. So first, we want to write the command module.exports. Then we are going to export So we're going to create our first create user. So our create user is going to be asynchronous and is going to require request and response. And here we have to give it an arrow function, and then we put our code in here. So I'm going to copy this line of code and create the other functions. So our next function is going to be for logging in a user. So we paste the code and then we just change the name to login user. So we're going to work in our create user first, and then we can move on to our login. So in our create user, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create an instance of our new user. So we're going to have a variable const new user. So here we want to capture the data that we get from the request body and map it to our user model. So here we're going to have our new user. So this is our model. So in our models, we have these fields. So let's visit our user model. We have these 4 fields. We have a username, email, password, and location. So we want to map the data that we get from the request body to our new user. So let's go ahead and do that. So the first field that we're going to require is username. So our username is going to be requests.body.username. That's our first field. So we can go ahead, copy this field, paste it, and paste it again. Like we need it 4 times since we have 4 fields in our user model. So the next field that we're going to require is an email, and we're going to map it to a request body.email. Next, we're going to require our location, and our location, we're going to map it to location. And last, we're going to have our password. So for our password, we're going to use a different approach. We don't want to store our password as it is. So like if a user provides us a password like 123 username, we don't want to store it as 123 username. We want to encrypt that password using this crypto.js that we have on top. And then we store the encrypted password in our database. So here, let's just say password, and then we're just going to cut this line of code from here. So here we're going to require our crypto.js, and we want to use AES, and we want to encrypt. So we have to say .encrypt. So in here, we are going to require the password that the user inputs in the request body. So we paste our request body.password. Then when we're encrypting, we need a secret code to encrypt our password. So we need to go to our .env file. In our .env file, we need to create another variable, and we have to call it secret. You can give it a name that you can remember. So I'm going to call mine secret, and I'm going to give it a name furniture 2023. So let's go back to our auth controller. So here we have to access our variable in our .env, and to do that, we are going to have our syntax process.env. Then we provide the name of the variable. So the name of our variable is going to be secret. So now we encrypted our password. We want to convert it to string. So we are done encrypting our password. So whenever a user enters the password when they're creating an account, we encrypt it first, then we store it in our database. So we are done creating this instance of our user. So next, we're going to go ahead and save that data in our database. So when accessing our database, we need a try catch block. The reason why we use a try catch block, our database might take time or might have an error when we are connecting to it. So if there's anything that happens while a user is trying to create an account, we need to catch the error and we need to send back the error to the user. In our try, we have to await this new user. Then we save our data to our database. So we are going to await new user, then we save the data. So after saving the data, we need to return a response to the user. So on creation, our status code is going to be 201. So whenever we create something, our status code is going to be 201. So here we're going to have a response.status, and our status is going to be 201. And we need to pass a message to the user. So we are not going to send back the data to the user, but we are going to just send a message to the user that your account has been successfully created. So in here, we have to have our JSON, and we have to pass the message as a string. So we are going to say user successfully created. So we are done with this part. If there's an error, we need to catch that error and send a response to the user. So here we're going to have response.status, and our status is going to be 500. And then we need to send a message to the user. So here we're going to have our message, and then this message is going to be the error that we have here. So we are done creating our user. Next, we are going to go ahead and create a function to log in our user. We need to come into our function and then press enter. Let's close the terminal for now. So the first thing that we need a try catch block. So if a user is logging in, then we need to find one user by email. So we're going to create an instance for the user that we are going to retrieve from the database. So we're going to have const user is equals to, we need to await our database to send us the data. So here we're going to use our user model. Then we're going to find one. So in here we have to provide the field that we want to find a user by. So when logging in, a user is going to log in with an email. So here we're going to have our email, and then this email is going to come from our request.body and is going to be email. So if this user is found, then it's going to be saved in this variable. So right at the bottom, we want to send a response if a user is not found. So let's say someone enters a wrong email and trying to log in. So if they enter a wrong email, our database is going to search all the accounts that we have. If none is found, we need to send back a response to the user like no account found or wrong credentials. So if not user, we need to send back a response. So here we're going to have a response with a status of 401, and we need to pass a JSON message. So here we're just going to pass a string, and we're going to say wrong credentials, provide a valid email. So if the user is found, now we need to get that user, decrypt the password in our database, then we compare that password with the password they entered. If these two passwords match, then we send back the data. So let's go ahead and create a variable for our decrypted password. So we're just going to say decrypted password is equals to, here we need to use our crypto.js. So the syntax is going to be similar with the one that we have on top, but on top we are encrypting, we are not decrypting. So this variable that we have here is going to change from encrypt to decrypt. So here we're going to have crypto.js.aes.decrypt, and we need to provide the value that we want to decrypt. So since we found a user and store in this instance that we have here, we need to access this instance and get the password. After getting the password, then we need to provide this secret key so that we can decrypt our data. So after decrypting our data, we need to convert the decrypted password to string so that we can compare this string to the other string that we are going to get from our request body. So right at the bottom, we need to create another variable, and I'm going to call it decrypted pass. So here it's going to be this variable that we have on top, and we need to convert it to string, but we need to provide the kind of mechanism that we want to use, and we are going to use one from crypto.js. So it's going to be crypto.js.enc.utf8, and we need to close it. So now we have our decrypted password. We have to take this decrypted password and compare it to the password that the user enters. So right at the bottom, we're going to just copy this, we bring it down. So if this password is not equal to the password the user enters in the request body, then we need to send a 401, like saying, okay, you've entered the wrong password. So we can go ahead, copy the response that we have here. They're going to be similar. So in here, we're going to just change the message that we send to the user. We're going to say wrong password. So if this condition is met, then we want to process our data. But first, before we process our data, let's go ahead and create a token with the data that we have, in this user instance. So to create a token, we have to create a variable with the name user token. Then we need to sign some variables. So we have to use the instance of our JWT that we have on top. And here we need to use this method sign. So when signing a JWT, we need to provide the variables that we need to sign. So for this instance, we need an ID. So this ID is going to come from user.id. And to sign this variable that we have on top, then we need to provide a JWT secret. So here we're going to have process.env dot, let's give it a name, JWT underscore secret. So we need to copy this variable name, go to our .env. In our .env, we need to create a variable, and we're just going to give it the same name, furniture 2003. So our JWT has been signed. Now we want to set the expiration date. So here we can have expires in. We have to provide the number of days. So I'm going to say 7 days. So our token expires in 7 days, and this, it has to be a string. So let's close it. Down below, we need to go ahead and use a spread operator to exclude some of the fields that we don't want to send back to the user. Because if you are sending data to the user, we don't want to send them back their password. That won't make sense at all. So like, we want to exclude some of the data. It's either the data is way too sensitive for us to send back, or the data is useless for us to send back to the user. So if the data meets one of those two scenarios, then we have to exclude it. So here it's going to be user.doc. It has to be _doc, and then we have to close it. So in here, we have to provide the fields that we don't want to send back. So the first one is going to be password. After the password, our database has a value with the name __v. We have to remove it, and we don't want to send back created it. And we also don't want to send updated it. So the D has to be a lowercase. It has to be updated at. Then here we have to create a new instance of our data, and we're going to call it user data. So now we have our data. We need to send back a response to the user. So we're going to have a response.status200. Then we pass JSON data. So here we have to pass a map. So we need to have our user data, and we have to have another field for our token. So our token, we're going to call it token, and then we have to provide the token. So our token is going to be user token. So we are done with our try. Next, we want to work on our catch. In our catch, we can send back the same response as the one that we have on top. So we might as well just copy and paste it below, and let's save. So we are done working on our auth controller. Next, we're going to work on our user controller. So before we work on our user controller, we need to create the routes for our auth. So let's come to our routes folder and come to auth.js. Auth.js, the first thing that we need to do is to import our router. So we're going to say const router is equals to require. So up on top, we require express.router. So we need to close it. Next, we need our auth controller. So we need to create that instance. It's supposed to be const. So here, it's going to be auth controller. So in here, we need to access our controllers. So in our controllers, we need to access our auth controller. So we are done. Right at the bottom, we need to create our endpoints. So here, we're going to say router. We need to post. When we are registering a user, it has to be a post request. So it's going to be post. Inside, we have to provide our endpoint. So when creating an endpoint, first we add a slash and then we write the name of the endpoint. So we're going to have a register endpoint, and this endpoint is going to require our auth controller. Then from our auth controller, we need to access create user. So let's close it and let's paste it below. We need to create one for our login. So in our login, we're going to also require our auth controller, and we have to change the name of the function from create user to login user. After finishing these two, we need to export our router. So we need to have the command modu.exports, and we need to export our router. So let's close it. So we are done with this part. Next, let's go ahead, hook this router in our index.js, and then we come back to our controllers and work on our user and open our index.js. In our index.js, we need to have our auth router. So here we need to just copy the one that we have for the products, remove the products endpoint, and we're going to leave it like this, API / then in here we are going to require the router. So we don't have the router in our index.js, so we are going to create the instance of our router. So our router is going to be auth router. So let's go ahead and import our auth router. So here it's going to be auth. Then we are done. So we need to come back to line 18. And in line 18, we need to change this router from product to auth router. So we are done with that part. So if we go ahead and visit Postman and create a user, this should work. But first, before we even go to Postman, let's go ahead and open our terminal and try to run our server. So we're going to run the command npm start. If we don't have any error, then our server will spin, but it seems like we have an error. Okay, so it seems like I have another server running on 3000. So let me go ahead, stop the other server and come back and spin our server. So what we need to do right now, we need to go ahead and stop this server and restart it. So we're going to press Ctrl+C, and then let's just go ahead and clear our terminal. After clearing our terminal, we need to run the command npm start. So we need to spin our server. So our error is gone. So right now, what we need to do, we need to go to our Postman, and then we can test. We want to create a user and we want to log in a user. Now we have our server and our Postman side by side. We want to go ahead and create a user. Then we can go ahead and log in that user that we just created. So I've already inputted the data. So if we come to our model, that's our user model. If we come to our user model, these are the same fields that we have in our user model. So here, even if we don't provide location, then our location is going to be set as default, but we want to just put the location, it's okay. So let's go ahead and send this request. So if we send this request, we're supposed to get a 201, a status code 201. This is the status code that we have here. And this message that we have right at the bottom is the message that we specified here. So we've successfully created a user. And if we go to our database and open our database, let me just refresh. This user should be already saved in our database. So we want to go ahead and take a look at the information, the data that we have in our database. So this is the user that we just created, Andre Doe. This is the email, and we have a password. And this is our encrypted password, our location, dates. So everything checks out. So let's go to our login. We want to log in a user. So we want to log in the same user. So what we are going to do, we're just going to copy the email from here, and then we go to our login. So in our login, we have to paste the email and input our password. So if we send this request, we only have our user ID, username, email, location, and a token. So this is the data that we are sending here. So we have excluded the password __v, created it and updated it, and we are getting this data. So this is the data that we have here. So everything checks out. So we can move on to the next, which is the user control. Now that we're done running some tests on our auth endpoints, we want to go ahead and work in our user controller. We want to create functions for our user controller. So let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to come to controllers, open user controllers, and we need to import the user model. So we are going to go ahead and open auth controller and copy the first line that we have on top, and we are going to paste it in our user controller. Right after that, we need to export our functions. So we are going to need modules.exports. So here we need to create the braces, and inside our braces we need to create our functions. So our first function is going to be for deleting a user. So it's going to be delete user. So here it has to be asynchronous, and it requires a request and a response. And here we have to include our arrow function, and then we put our braces. So we need to copy this function that we just created and paste it down below. After that, we need to rename this function to login, not to login, but we need to get user. So we have our two functions. So right now, let's go up and work into our delete function. So in our delete function, we are going to require a try catch block first. But before we even do that, let's go ahead and close our Postman so that we can have a wider screen for our backend. We're going to reopen it when we want to use it. So in here, the first thing that we need a try catch block. So here we are going to catch the error, and then we're going to do something. So here it has to be error. Let's work in our try first. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to await the database to delete, and then we can send a response. So we're going to have await, and we're going to use our user model. Then we're going to find one account by ID and delete. So in here, we need to provide the ID that we are going to use to find the user. So our ID is going to come from request.params.id. So after writing this line of code, we need to send a response back to the user. So below, we need to have our response, and we need our response status. After deleting, then our status is going to be 200. And then we need to pass a message to the user. So here, the message has to be a JSON, and we just need to pass a string to the user. So let's have a string inside, and then we are going to say successfully deleted. So down here in our catch, if we have a problem, we're catching that problem, that error that we encountered, and then we're going to send back that error to the user. So we need to copy this line of code, paste it, make some few changes to it. So here our response status code is going to be 500, and then in our JSON we need to pass back the error. So let's go ahead and delete this string, and then we're going to have our error. So we are done with delete. Next, we're going to go to get. In our get user, we first require a try catch, since we're going to be interacting with our database. So in our try, we need to create an instance, a document instance for our user. So this instance is going to wait for the data that we are going to get from the database. So here we're going to get a user by ID, store the data in this user, and then we're going to have an additional additional line to process the data so that we can exclude the data that we don't need, and then we can send back the response to the user. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to await our user model, and we need to find by ID. After finding by ID, we need to have the ID inside our brackets. So let's go ahead and copy this ID that we have on top, and let's paste it in here. It's supposed to be request here. So now we have our data, and it's in this user that we created. So let's go ahead and process it a little bit further with our spread operator. So we're going to have const, and we need our spread operator. So we have to write the values that we want to exclude before sending back the data to the user. So first, we are going to exclude the password. After excluding the password, we want to exclude __v, and we want to exclude the dates. So we have two dates. The first one is going to be created date, and the second one is going to be updated date. And then we need to have an instance for our new data, which is going to be user data. Now that we have our user data, we are going to get this data from this user that we have here. So we are going to say user._doc. Then we close it. So let's just add a little bit of space. Don't worry about this. It's not even an error. I guess my computer is a little bit slow. So right at the bottom, we need to send back the response. So we can copy the response that we have on top, then paste it down. Our status code is going to be 200, and we need to send back the data. So here, our data is going to be this data that we have here. So we're going to replace this message with user data. So let's go ahead and save it. So for our error, the response status is going to be the same in the JSON data that we passed on top. So we can go ahead, paste, and then save. Now let's go ahead and create our user router. So we need to go to router, then user. Let's go ahead and open it side by side with our user controller. So we're going to have our router to the side, and we're going to have our user controller on the other end. So the first thing that we need to import the router. So we're going to have const router is equals to require express dot router. So in here, it's supposed to be express. So after importing our router, we need our user controller, right? So we're going to have an instance of a user controller. Const user controller is equals to require, and we need to access the path. Then we can go ahead. We need to access our controllers. So in our controllers, we need to access the user controller. So now we have our instance of our user controller. Way below, let's go ahead and have the line module exports. So here we want to export the router. So let's close it. And in here, we need to have our endpoints. So our first is going to be a delete method. So here we want our endpoint. So our endpoint is always going to start with /, and then we need to go ahead and have our user controller. And in our user controller, we want to map it to delete user. So let's go ahead and close this, copy paste it down. So the next one that we're going to have is a get, because we need to get the user here. But one thing, our get requires an ID. Even our delete requires an ID. So we should come here and add an ID in our params. Same as for our get, we should add an ID and map this get to the correct function, which is get user. So we are done. Next, we are going to go ahead and open our index.js. So we have our index.js here, and it's open here. So we need to have an instance of our router on top. So let's just go ahead and do that. So this router is going to be user router. So here is going to be routes slash then user. Right next, we need to have our user endpoint here. So it's supposed to be users. Then we need to use our instance of our user router here. So we are done with our users. Next, we are going to jump into Postman and just run some tests, and then we proceed to some other things. Get our user first, and then we can go ahead and delete our user. So in the first section, we created a user, logged in a user. So we have our user ID here. So let's say this is the information for our user. So we can just log in. If we log in, we get this data back. Once we get this data, we need to get this user ID and then go to our get user requests, and then we need to provide the user ID. So let's go to our headers. In our headers, let's get rid of this token. We don't need it. And then we need to send a request. If everything is okay, then we are going to get our data back. So now if we have this ID again, and then we can be able to delete this user, but it seems like we are running into an error. This is because our function here, delete function, it's supposed to be find by ID and delete, not find by and delete. So here it has to be find by ID and delete. So let's save it. Our server is spinning. So let's go ahead and try to delete the user. Let's send the requests. So our user has been successfully deleted. So if we try to get this user now, the user is not found. We are bound to run into an error. So our endpoints are working. So let's go ahead and continue working on our project. So next, we are going to focus on our cart, and then we can proceed work on our orders. So here, if we delete a user and try to get that user again, then we are going to run into an error. Our server might crash. So we want to add a line of code here. So first, we're going to have an if statement. So here, if not user, then we need to return a status code 401. So in here, we're going to have a return statement, and we're going to return response.status, and our status code is going to be 401. Let's put it inside. And then we're going to pass our JSON message, and we're going to say user doesn't exist. It's supposed to be exists. So let's go ahead and save it. So this is the user that we just deleted before in our previous section. So like we want to go ahead and get this user. If we press get, then we are going to have this message. But if we don't have this line of code in our server, so let's say we left out this line of code, right? And we want to get this user. Our request is going to be successful, and we're going to have an error 500, but we want to send back something to the user. So we should just go ahead and comment this line of code, and we keep it there. So we're done with that part. Next, we're going to be focusing on our cart, and then we can go on to our orders. We've finished our user controller. We want to move on to our cart controller. So let's go ahead, close these. We want to focus on our cart controller. So in our cart controller, we are going to require our product model. So here we have to provide the path to our model. So let's provide a string to our model. So first, we're going to get into our models. After getting into our models, we need to map our model to this product that we have here. So that's what we've done. So next, let's go ahead and export our functions. So we're going to have module.exports. So in here, we need braces. So in our braces, the first function that we're going to create is to add to cart. So after adding to cart, we need to make it asynchronous. then it's going to require request and response. And then we're going to need braces. So let's just add a comma. We copy. We're going to paste it 3 times. So now we have 4 functions. So let's just write the names of our functions, and then we can go ahead and work on our functions. So like the next one is going to be get cart. After getting our cart, we need to create one more, which is delete cart item. And the last one is going to be decrement. We need to be able to decrement cart quantity, the quantity of our items that we put. So we're going to say decrement cart item. So first we're going to work on our add to cart. So in our add to cart, right at the top, we're going to require a map. In this map, we're going to have a user ID. We're going to have a cart item, and we're also going to have the quantity. So this data, we are going to get it from our request body. So let's close it. Right after this, we need the try catch block. So we need our error, and then after catching our error, we need to do something. So this is going to be almost the same for our decrement. So we can just copy, come to our decrement, paste the code, and in here, we are going to get rid of the quantity. And for delete cart item, we're going to require these two. So let's just copy and then paste it in here. So let's go ahead and focus on our add to cart. So in our try catch block, the first thing that we need to do, we need to find a cart. So we're going to create a variable for our cart. So here we're going to also need to import our cart model. So right below, we need to import the cart model. So let's go ahead and have our cart model here. And we need to map it to the right model. So instead of products, we're going to map it to cart. So back to our try, we need to await our database, and we want to use our cart model to find, we want to find one cart. So here is going to be find one, and we need to find it by user ID. So we are going to put braces, and then we're going to put our user ID. This user ID is the user ID that we're getting from this request body. So don't mind the error, it'll go away by itself. So let's go ahead and continue. So if the cart exists, then we need to do something. So we need our carts, and then we need our braces where we are going to put the logic when we have a cart. Like how are we going to add? So first, we're going to check whether this item that we're sending to the cart is existing already in our cart or not. If it is existing, then we are just going to increment the number of items. Because like a user might add one product to the cart and they see it again, and then they'll add it again to the cart. So instead of adding them separately, we just need to increment the number on the same item. So here we are going to have const existing product is equals to cart.find. Cart.product. So let's open our model so that we can have a flawless explanation. So this is our model. Let's put it side by side. Let's put it side by side with our controller. So here we have our products, right? We want to access these products and then find one cart item by the ID that we provide here. So first is going to be this cart. We need to access this cart, and then we find one item in this product. So it's going to be cart.products.find. So in here, we're going to have our product. Then we need to compare whether this product that we find is equal to to the cart item that we provide on top. So we're going to say product dot cart, is it product, this product that we have here, dot cart item dot to string. We need to convert whatever object ID, because this is an object ID. We need to convert this object ID to string, and then we can compare it to the one that we input, because this is a string that we are getting here. So here is going to be cart item. Let's go ahead and make the spelling correct. It's going to be cart item. So let's close it. This condition is met, then we want to go ahead and have another condition down. So let's have our if statement. So here we're going to say if existing product, then we need to do something. So first, what we need to do, we need to increment the number of quantity if this product exists. So we're going to say existing product dot quantity plus equal to 1. So we're incrementing if this product exists. Else, if this condition is not met, then we are going to jump to our else. Then we are going to push one item to our cart. So we want to push this item to these products, and then here to push we need to provide the cart item, and we also need to provide the quantity. So we are not going to set a default value for the quantity. Every time a user pushes, like sends a request, we are going to require them to send quantity, number of quantity with that request, so that we can increment and decrement with the numbers they put. Because if we put a default value, probably it's okay, it's good, but default value overwrite whatever the user sends to us. So we are done with this part. What we need to do now, we have our cart here. We have our cart. Then we need to send back the response to, we need to save the data to our database. First, let's go ahead and await. We are going to await this cart, and then we can save our data to the database. So we're going to say cart.save. After saving, we need to send back a response to the user. So here we're going to have response.status, and our status is going to be 200. It's supposed to be status here. Our status is supposed to be 200, and then we are going to send a JSON, and our JSON is going to be a string. So we are going to say product added. So let's save that. Right after, so here, these 2 lines of code are for this if statement that we have here, right? So we need to also have an else for this if statement. If the cart doesn't exist, like if a user is newly signed up to our application, they haven't added anything to their cart, so we need to create a cart for them. So that's what we need to do outside here. So we need to go ahead and have else. So in our else, we are going to be focusing on creating a cart. Carts, we need to create an instance of the data. So it's going to be new cart. That's the name of our instance. So here we need to create a new cart, and we need to provide the data. So our data is going to be mapped in here. So to create a cart, we require this data that we have here. So first, we're going to require a user ID. And second, we're going to require the products. So let's go ahead and take care of our user ID. So we already have a user ID up on top. So we can just say user ID and everything would be okay. going to be user ID, and we require products. So our products is going to be a list, and in this list we want to push an item alongside with the quantity. So our item, our cart item, this cart item is going to be a map. This map that we have here. So first we're going to have our cart item, and then we're going to have our quantity, and we have to map this quantity to the quantity that we have on top. So we might as well just copy here and paste it here. So now that we have this data, we want to save it to our database. So let's close it here. Right at the bottom, we need to save to the database. So it's the same process as the one that we have on top. We just need to copy and change some few variables, and then we're good to go. So here we are going to await new cart, and then we save the data. The response is going to be the same, so we leave it like that. Right below, we need to have our catch. So if there's an error, we need to return a response status code 500, and alongside with our error, let's go ahead and populate the items here. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and open our products model. I've already done that. This is our products model. So we need to select the fields that we need to populate. So we don't want to populate all of the fields. We will leave some and we'll populate some. So first we're going to require our title. Before our title, we need the ID and we need our title. And after our title, we're going to take the supplier. We're also going to take the price and the image URL. So we are not going to take the description and the location. So right after, we need to send a response back to the user. So we need to have our response, and our status has to be 200. So let's put our status in here, and then we need to send back a JSON, and our JSON is going to contain this list that we have here, the cart. So we are done with that part. In our error, then we can as well just copy this line that we have on top and we paste it down here. After pasting the line, then we need to change here. We need to pass the error that we have here. So we are done with getting our cart. Next, we are going to go ahead and delete cart item. So in our catch, we're supposed to return a status code 500. And then in here, we're going to pass the error. So we're done with that part. So let's go ahead and copy this line. Then we can create our try catch block down. So we want to move on to get cart. In get cart, we're going to require try catch. It's supposed to be try catch. So before that, right at the top, we're going to create a variable for our user ID. So our user ID is going to come from a request.params.id. So now that we have our user ID, let's bring this down. We have our user ID. So let's create another variable where we are going to store our cart once we get it. So here we're going to use our cart, and then we're going to find, and we are going to find using this ID that we have on top. So we need to add braces in here, and then we need to input the variable that we are finding the cart with, which is the user ID. So once we find our cart, let's open our cart model side by side. So this is an object ID, a Mongo schema type object ID, right? So once we get it, once we get this data from this cart, we need to populate this part. We need to really to go ahead, get the data from the product, and then populate some certain fields. So below, we're going to have populate. And when populating, we need to specify the path with which we want to populate the data. So for example, here, our path is going to be products dot cut item, right? So let's go ahead and have our path. Our path is going to be a string. So it's going to be products dot card item. And we need to select some fields to populate. We don't want to populate everything. So when we create this card item, right, in our database, is going to have an ID. This product is going to have an ID. So here we need to get that ID. So ID is underscore ID. This is double underscore. We need the name. We need the image URL. And we also need price. Let's see. Let's go to our product model. Okay. So we need title, supplier. Let's put it side by side so that we won't have any errors, right? So we put it here, and here on populate, let's change name to title. Image URL is going to be the same. The price is the same. So these are the 4 fields that we are going to populate: ID, title, image URL, supplier, and then price, and then supplier. So once we populate this data, we need to send back a response to the user. So right at the bottom, we're going to need a response, and it's going to be of status 200. And then we need to pass JSON data, and the data that we are going to pass is the carts that we have here. So here on catch, we're supposed to send a response to the user. So let's just copy what we have on top. Let's paste it down here. So that's it for this part. And in our card controller, we need to come back here to our get function. In our get function, we need to come to populate, and then we need to rectify this error that I made here. It's supposed to be products, not products model, but if we open our cart model, so in our cart model, it's supposed to be products.cart. So this is the product that we have here, and the .cart item is the one that we have here. So let's just go ahead and save, then we can continue. We're going to decrement cart item. So right at the top, we have our user ID, which is the one that we're going to get from our request body, and we're going to use it to find the cart that belongs to the particular user who made the request. Then we have our cart item, which is the item that we want to find. Then we can decrement the quantity or remove if it reaches 0. So let's go ahead and work in our try. So first, we need to create a variable for our cart. So we are going to have const cart. So in this variable, we're going to store the cart that we are going to find using this user ID. So we're going to use our user model to find one, and we are going to find one by user ID. So if we find a cart, we are going to get that cart, store it in here. Then if the cart is not found, then we want to have a condition here. If no cart, then we are going to go ahead and send a response to the user. So we are going to return a response. So our response is going to be status 404. So 404 is a status code for something that is not found. Then we are going to pass a message to the user. So we're just going to pass a string, and we're going to say cart not found. So we are done with this part. So now if the cart is found, we need to go ahead and find this cart item from our products. So let's have our products model here so that we can, not products model, we need to have our cart. Let's have it here. So if the cart is found, then we need to access this list and find the cart item. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to have a variable where we are going to store the cart item if we found the cart. So here we're going to have an existing product is equals to, we want to access our cart, which is this cart that we found. And in that cart, we need to go to the products. So we are going to use .products. Then in these products, we need to use the find method to find a product in there. So we are going to have a condition in here. So whatever we are going to find, we are going to call it product. So in here, we are going to have a condition whereby we are going to access our product. And then in our product, we need to access cart item, which is this cart item, right? So our cart item is an object ID. So we need to convert that object ID to string. If we convert this object ID to string, now we need to compare this object ID with the cart item that we have here. If this condition is met, then that means we have an existing product. So here we're going to have our cart item, and then let's just close it here. Now that we have this existing product, we can go ahead down below. We're going to have another condition. If this product that we are trying to find here is not found, then we need to send back a response to the user. So we are just going to do the same that we did here. We're going to return a 404 with a different message. So here we are just going to say product not found, right? So let's say this product is found, then we need to do something here. So we want to check the quantity of the existing product, which is this product that we have here. So we have our existing product. Let's have our existing product. And if the quantity of this product is equals to 1, that means we are about to delete this product. If a user just clicks on that decrement button, that means we should remove that item from that user's cart. So in here, we are going to use a filter method. So here we're going to say cart.products. We need to have these products is equals to cart.products. And here we need to use our filter method to get all the items which are not this existing product. So here we're going to have our filter method, and in our filter method, we are going to have a condition. So the condition is going to be the same as this. So we are going to copy this, but for this condition, we want to iterate through the list, the cart.products list. And then we want to get all the products which are not the cart item. And then we are going to store them in here. Else like this cart existing product number is more than 1, then we're just going to go ahead and decrement the number of items in our cart. So in our else statement, we are just going to decrement. So we need to access this existing product, right? Then we want to access the quantity. So in our quantity, we need to decrement 1. After doing this, now we need to save our cart. So we are going to await this cart that we have here, because whatever we are doing here is going to be stored in this cart. And then we save the cart, and we are going to have an extra. We're supposed to close it. And then if existing product quantity is equals to 0, so this existing product is equals to 0, like the quantity, so existing product dot quantity is equals to 0, then we want to pull that item, the whole item, from this list. So remember here we had the same, like similar condition whereby we're pulling the item from the list. So we are going to use the same syntax down here. So in this condition, we are going to await our cart, and then we are going to update 1. So first we want to have a brace. So here we are going to find that cart by the user ID, and then we are going to go ahead and pull a product. So here we're going to have our pull. So in here we need to mention the product that we want to pull. So first we need to provide a path. Where do we want to pull that product from? So we are going to pull that product from products, and we need to provide the value with which we are going to find that product and pull that product. So we are going to use the cart item that we have on top. So if you are done with this, then we are going to go ahead and send a response to the user. So here we're going to have a response and our status is going to be 200. Then we're going to pass a JSON message. So our message will be a simple message. We're going to say product updated. Updated will be okay. And then we need to have something for our catch block. So our catch block is always going to be the same. So we need to copy whatever we have on top and we need to paste it down here. We're done with this function. Let's just do it side by side. So in our cut routes, for now, we don't have anything. So what are we going to do? We're just going to go and open this one. Products routes, copy the line that we have on top, and we're going to paste it in here. After that, we need to have our routes. So the first route that we're going to have, and before having our routes, we need to import instance of our controller. So we're going to have car controller. So here we're going to require access to our controllers, and in our controllers we want to access the car controller. So we are done with that part. So let's just go ahead. Right at the bottom we want to export. So it's going to be module.exports. And then here we are going to export router. So let's close it and let's work on our routers. So the first router that we're going to have is a get. So we're going to say router.get, and we need to provide our endpoint. So it has to be a string endpoint. So to get a cart, we're going to use find, right? And then we want to map it to the correct function. So we're going to use our cart controller, and then okay. So here we didn't successfully import. So let's do that. It's going to be cart controller. So let's go ahead here and we're going to say get cart. So we are done with that one. So let's copy and paste it down. So the next one that we're going to have is a post. So we need to, when we add things to the cart, we need to post. So here we can just put endpoint, a /endpoint. We don't need anything else, and we need to map it to our cart controller, and here is supposed to be add to cart. So let's go ahead and check what do we need here. So we don't need anything from params, so it's going to be okay like this, since we're going to be inputting our data through our body. So that's okay. So let's move on. Next we're going to have let's see, we have add cart, get, delete. So we're going to have a delete. So to delete, we're just going to have / and then we need to provide this cart item ID. So we're going to copy this name and we're going to require it as our params. So here, if we put whatever object ID that we put here, then we are going to capture this ID and use it in our function. So first, when we get to this function, we're going to check whether there's an ID here, a cart item ID. If there is an ID, we take that ID, we save it in this variable, and then we go ahead and use it in our function. So next we're going to have the other one, which is for deleting cart items. So this one is going to be a little bit weird, but it's a post request. It's a post request. So here we're going to require this from our body. So we need to change this name since we have this one already. Before we forget, let's map this one to the correct one. So delete cart is going to be, yes, this one. So this one is going to be mapped to decrement, right? So to decrement, we're going to say quantity. Quantity is our endpoint. And then if we post something, we're posting with the body, whatever body we post, we're going to capture the data here, and then we're going to perform these actions. So we are done with our router. We need to go to our index. In our index, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and have the instance of our router on top. So here we copy paste the user router. So we want to have the cart. So our cart is going to require a route slash cart, supposed to be cart. And then we need to have it down here also. So we're going to say carts. And here we're going to use this instance that we have on top. So it's supposed to be cart router. So let's save that. So next we're just going to jump into Postman, run some tests, and then we can work on getting our orders. Then we are done with our backend. Our endpoints in Postman. So we need to run our server first. So let's go ahead, open our terminal. We run the command npm start. So our server is spinning. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to log in a user. So we've successfully logged in a user, and this is our user ID. So let's just copy our ID. Next, we need to go ahead and get carts. So to get carts, let's go ahead and visit our get cart. So in our get cart, we're required to have an ID in our params. So let's go ahead in our cart.js, this router. So after find, we are going to place an ID, right? So after doing that, we need to come here, and then we can just paste our ID, and then we press send. We do have an error. Let's go ahead in our headers. Let's remove this token. We still have an error, a cart. So let's go ahead and try to get products and add one product to cart. So we're going to add this product to cart first. So when adding a cart, let's see, this is a post. So let's open our function. So in our function, in our body, we are going to require a user ID also. So we need to have a user ID. So let's put the user ID here, and it's going to be a string. So let's go ahead to our login user, get an ID, and then go back, and then we paste an ID. So this is our item, this is our ID, and this is our quantity. These are the three that we require here to be able to create a cart. Not found. Let's go ahead and see whether we 3000. Okay. Let's see the endpoint API. So here it's supposed to be carts. That's why we couldn't even find the cart. So here, let's go back to our index. So here it's supposed to be carts, not cart. That's why we had the problem in the first place. So we can come here, change this cart to carts, and then we send. So we've successfully get an existing cart. That's exactly what we need. So since we have this cart, we're able to delete a cart. So let's go ahead and visit our route. So to delete, we need to provide a cart item in the params. So here, if we go to delete, supposed to be carts. Or let's just go ahead to our index.js and change it to cart. That would be the more feasible way to do it. So once we do that, then we can just go ahead and change this back. Get cart. So let's just go ahead and send this again. So we say to delete, we require something in our params. So let's say this is our cart, right? We have this product. So we need to provide an item ID. So this is our item ID. This is our product ID. So these are different. Don't be confused. This one is our item ID. So we need to copy this item ID, go to delete, then we paste it here, then we send a request. So we've deleted that product. Now we have these 2 products. Initially, we had 3 products. So if we visit here, let's close the first product. That's the 1, 2, and that's 3. So now if we send a request, instead of having 3 products here, we should have 1, 2 products. So we've successfully deleted our cart. So we are done with testing that endpoint. So now we want to go ahead and post. We want to decrement the quantity. So let's go ahead, open the products that we have in here. So this one has 1, this one has 2. So we want to go ahead and work with this one with two products added. So let's go ahead, go to our decrement. Do one more thing before we send the request. We need to come to this line on line 12 where we are getting our cart. We need to add a await. We need to add a await, because if we remove this await, let's just save it like that and try to send a request. Oh, it came through. The server wasn't. So here product updated. So let's go ahead and just add a await. Right after we add a await, then this is the product that we wanted to decrement. So if we go to get products, send a request, this was our product, the product that I got. And then, so if we go ahead and just paste it side by side, this is the same ID. So now our quantity is 1. So here that we know how to delete, decrement. So we want to test the scenario whereby we are decrementing the quantity up until 0, right? So here we are going to get our cart. After we get our cart, this cart has 2 items. So we need to decrement. So in decrement, we need the cart item and we need to send the requests. So not found. So let's go ahead, go to our get cart, get this ID, because I guess the ID was wrong. Paste it, and then we go ahead and send our requests. So product updated. This is supposed to be product ID. So if we go ahead and get, then our quantity is decreased to 0. So if we run the same requests on a decrement quantity, then our quantity should go down to 0 and that product should be removed from our cart. If we go ahead and run a get request on our cart, then this product shouldn't be there. Our cart should be empty. So let's go ahead and do that. So our cart is gone. Our cart item is gone. We don't have an item. Same as for adding. So we need an item and the user ID. So let's just add the product. We've added a product, right? So if we go ahead and run get request here, then we should have our product. If we run this same command again, we shouldn't have 2 products. We should have 1 product with 2 as quantity. So let's run a get request on our quantity, on our get cart. So we have 1 product and our quantity is equals to 2. So everything is working as we needed. So now we can move on to some other stuff. We want to go ahead and get our orders, work on our orders. So we want to go to orders controller. So the first thing that we need, we're going to need our orders model. So let's just copy the model that we have here on top, go to our orders, we paste it, and we need to export the modules, the functions that we're going to create. So we're going to have module exports, and let's export our function. So we are only going to have one function, which is to get user orders, and it's going to be asynchronous. It's going to require a request and a response. It's supposed to be res. We have our arrow function, and then we put our function here. So let's go ahead and have our order model. It's going to be order. So we need to access our models, and from our models, we need to access this order. So we have our model. Now we want to access our database, but first, before we access our database, and we need to have a variable where we are going to store our ID. So here we're going to have user ID, and our user ID is going to come from a request.params.id. So let's close it here. After closing, we need a try catch block. In our try catch block, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a variable where we are going to store our orders. So we're going to call it user orders. Then we need to await our database, and then we are going to use our model, and we are going to find orders. And when finding orders, we need to find orders by the ID that was provided in params. So after this, our orders, we need to populate. So let's go ahead and open the model, because we can't just talk without seeing what the model looks like. So we have our models here, and we have our orders. So we have this product ID, right? It's a Mongo schema type object ID. So if you're getting products, we don't need to just return object ID. We need to return the data along with the ID. So what we need to do, we need to populate this product ID with the data, right? So let's go ahead and have our populate method. So when we are populating, we need to provide a path. So we know we are in the orders, but where should we populate? So we need to provide that path, and our path is going to be path. And we need to provide a string to our path. So here, our path is going to be this field that we have here. So we might as well just copy and paste it. We need the product ID. So don't be confused. This product ID is just a product. It's a normal product. After we put the path down, now we need to have the fields that we need to populate, right? So let's just go ahead. To populate fields, we need to use a variable. We need to use select, okay? So on select, we need to provide. So it's either we can select the fields that we want, or we can exclude the fields that we don't want. So we are done with this model. We can just close it, and we go back to our products. So in our products, when someone orders, then we want to have this title. We want to have the price. We want to have the URL. So we can populate these four, right? So here we're just going to exclude. We're going to exclude description. We might as well just copy the title from here, the field name, paste it. Then we don't need product location, so let's exclude it. So we're going to require title, supplier, price, and image URL. That's all that we need to do. So now we have this instance of our data. We need to go ahead, and then we are going to send the data back to the user. So to do that, we need our response. So we're going to have res.status, and our status is going to be 200. So if our status is 200, we need to send our JSON data, and the data that we're going to send back to the user is this user orders. So let's close it. Let's copy this line of code and come to our catch. In our catch, we need to provide a status, and our status is going to be 500. And here we're just going to pass the error, and let's save. So let's close this, and let's just run through everything, and then we can just finish. So we need to go to our routes. In our routes, we need to open order routes. So let's have these lines of code from our cut route and paste them in our order routes. So we require our router, and then here we're going to require the controller that we're working on, which is the orders controller. So here we need to change the name from cart to order. So let's just call it orders with one R. So it's going to be orders. So here we've successfully mapped our controller to the right controller. So if we click, we're supposed to be taken to this page. So everything checks out. So right below, let's go ahead and just export our router. So we're going to have moji.exports. So we're going to export our router. So in here, we need our endpoint. So our endpoint, we're going to have router.get. So first a string with our endpoint, which is going to be slash, and then we need to provide the function that we're going to run when this endpoint is hit. So we need our controller, and from our controller we need to access get user orders. So let's close it. We're done with that part, and let's close these orders. Okay, we forgot one thing. Let's open these orders again. So here we're going to require an ID, since we are passing an ID through our params. So here we're going to have our ID. So that's all that we need to do. We can just go ahead and close it. We don't need it anymore. So let's go ahead and open our index.js. In our index.js, we need to import an instance of our router. So here we're going to call it order, and then we need to map it to the correct router, which is going to be order. So we need to create down here, and we're going to call it orders, and then here we need to use this instance that we created on top. So let's paste it here and let's save it. So we are done. Next, we're going to be working on our Stripe server, and then we can go straight to our React Native application and implement our REST API. Last time that we worked on our front end, we worked on the product section, and we didn't implement some of the functions because they are related to our user. So now we want to work on our profile, log in a user, create a user, and then we come back and implement the missing functions. So let's go ahead and open our profile. In our profile, our component has only one item, which is this text. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to come to screens. We already have our profile page, our profile.jsx, but we don't have the styles file for it. So we need to come here and we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it profile.style.js. Supposed to be style, right? So we created our file. So we need to import, we need two imports, and these imports are going to be the same across the board. So we can open our search style.js, and then we copy these two imports that we have and we paste them here. So I'm just going to export this file before I even create the style. So we're exporting styles, and we close. So now we need to create these styles, right? So right on top, we're going to have const styles is equals to, we're going to use our style sheet to create our style. So now we have our styles. Whatever styles that we put in our style sheet is the same that we're going to use in our profile. So let's go ahead and try to open our profile page and our profile.styles.js side by side. So let's drag and drop our style, our profile. So this is our profile and this is our style. So let's drag it right next to our profile. We can close this search. We don't need it anymore. And we can close this app. So we want to focus on these two files first. And then once we are done, we can move on to other files. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to import use state and use effect. So after these two, we're going to go ahead and create our state variables. So we're just going to create our state variables, and we're going to use some now, and some of them we're going to use them when we are actually logging in a user, but it's best we create them now. So first we're going to have the one for the user data, and we need the function to set that user data. So we're going to initialize this as now, and let's go ahead and create another one. So we can just copy this one and paste it down. So the next one is going to be user login. So this one, we're going to use it to determine whether a user is logged in or not, and we are going to set it as false. So when we are developing under the impression that a user is not logged in. So we are going to be changing this state variable from false to true and vice versa in order for us to design everything. When we log in a user and implement our backend, then this process would be automatic. do, we need to get rid of this, and then we need to get rid of the safe area that we have on top. So right on top, we need to import our styles. So we're going to write import, and we're importing styles from the file that we just created, right? So here we're going to require profile.style. So now we have our style. So in here, we're going to require a view. So we want to wrap everything around a view. So let's go ahead and create a view first. So our view requires a style. So we are going to have a style here, and we have to use the styles that we created here. So before we even implement our style, let's go ahead and create one style for our container. So in our container, we're going to have flex, and we're going to give our flex a value of 1. And we're also going to have a background color, and our background color is going to come from these colors that we have on top. So it's going to be colors.light white. Let's save. So back to our profile, we want to use our styles. So it's going to be styles.container. So let's save it. So styles have been already been used. Let's get rid of S. Okay. So now this is our page, and it's empty. We don't have anything. So inside of this view, we need to create another view. So before we do that, let's just copy this, because the next view that we're going to have, it will have the same style. So we just copy this view and we paste it right inside this view. So after this, we are going to require a status bar. So we need to import a status bar. So right on top, let's go ahead and import a status bar from expo status bar. So we need braces. So it's going to be status bar, and it's going to come from expo status bar. So we have our status bar. Let's save. So in our second view, we need to have our status bar. So it's going to be a closed component. So let's have our status bar. So in our status bar, we're going to require a color. So since we're going to manipulate one property, it's pointless for us to put it in style. So we're just going to put it in here, and we need to give it a background color. So we need to access our colors. So these colors are not yet imported, so we should import them somehow. So here we need the gray color. So let's go ahead and save, but we don't have colors, so we're bound to run into an error. So let's go to the top, and we are going to import. So in here, we need colors. So we need to access our constants. So if we save, our error will be gone. So let's go ahead and click on the profile. So our profile is back and working without any problem. So let's continue. Next, we're going to have another view. So right after this status bar, we're going to have another view. So let's close it. Manipulate one property. So we're going to put the style inside this view. So we need double braces, and our style is going to be width, and we need to give it a width of 100%. So it has to be a string. So like that. So in here, we need an image, the image that we're going to be displaying on top here, on top of our profile. So we need to import a component right on top with the name image. Now that we have our image, we can go ahead and use it down here. So as we said before, our image is always going to be a closed component. So let's close it, and we require a source of the image that we want to render. So we are going to use a source prop, and we need to provide the path to the image. So we're going to be using the image that we have in our assets. So if you go to assets, images, we are going to use this space.jpg. So let's go ahead and have our path in here. So we're going to use require, and we need to have our path. So we need to access our assets. Inside our assets, we need to access our images. And in our images, we're going to require this space.jpg. So we have our image. The next thing that we need to do, we need to set style to our image. So we're going to have our style first, right? So we need our style here. So let's give it a name. So let's call it image style, or let's call it cover, because it's going to be a cover. So we need to create this cover down below the container in our profile style. So the first thing that we need to give it a height. So we're going to give it a height of 290 pixels. After the height, we need to give it a width, and the width is going to be 100%. If you're using percentage, then we have to wrap that percent in a string. After that, we need a property by the name resize mode, and our resize mode is going to be cover. So if we save, let's see, we do have an error. So let's go ahead and save our profile as well. So we have our image rendered on our screen. This is exactly what we need. So next, we're going to move on and work on our other image, which is the profile image. The view containing this image, this cover image, we want to have another view. So let's go ahead and create a view. We want to have our profile image here. So it has to be in this view. So we have our view, and we have to give this view a style. So let's go ahead and have a style, and we have to give our style a name. So we're going to call it profile container, right? So we have our profile container. We need to create the style for this profile container. So in our profile container, the first thing that we require flex, and we're going to give it a flex of 1, and we're going to go ahead and give it alignment. So we're going to align item to the center. So we are done. Inside, we need an image. So we're going to copy the image prop that we have, the component that we have on top, and we're going to paste it in here. So we need to change the style of this image and change the path to the correct image. So if we visit our assets, we have a profile JPEG. So that's the one that we want to use here. So we can get rid of this and then set a new path. So let's set a new path first. So this is our image. Next, we want to focus on the style. So here I'm going to replace the cover style with profile. So this is the name that we gave to our style. So we need to copy the name, go to our styles, and we create a new style with the name profile. So in our profile, the first thing that we require height, and we are going to give it a height of 155. After height, then we need to give it a width. So it has to be a square before we give it the radius. So here we're going to give it a width, and we're going to give it a width of the same size, which is the same as our height. Right after that, let's give it a border radius. So we're going to give it a border radius of like the highest value that we can give, and let's give it a border color. So we're going to use our colors, and here we need to use the primary color because we want to make it a little bit darker since we have a lighter color down here. And let's set resize mode. So our resize mode is going to be cover. If we save this and save this, we should have something now, but we need to push it up to the top a little bit. So what we need to do, we need to have margin. So we're going to have margin top, and our margin top is going to be -90. So it's right at the top. So we have a border color, but we don't have a border width. So that's why we can't see our border here. So we need to have a border width. So let's put the border width right after the border color. So we're going to start by giving it a border width of 2, and let's save. So right now we have a green color around our image. That's exactly what we need. A little bit below our image, we need to display the name of the user, or if the user is not logged in, we need to display a message that please log into your account. So in able for us to achieve that, we need to go ahead and use our user data. So we need to check first if our user data has something, then we need to display the data coming from our user data. If it is now, then we need to display the message. So let's go ahead and have a text component right below our image. So we're going to have a text, and our text should have a style. So we are going to take care of the style first, and then we take care of the text. So our style is going to come from our style, and we have to give it a name. So this is the name that we gave to our style. So we need to copy that name, go to our styles, and then we need to create this style with the name. So first, we're going to require font family, and we have to make it bold. Next, we're going to require a color. So we're going to access the colors that we have in our constants, and then we want to use the primary color. Right after that, we need to push it a little bit down. a little bit down. So let's take, for example, here we have some random text, right? If we save, this is the text, but this text is closer to this profile image. We want to bring it down a little bit. So we need to use margin vertical, and we have to give it a margin vertical of 5. So if it is vertical, it's going to take care of the upper part and the below part. So let's save. So that's exactly what we need. So now our style has been implemented to our text. So we need to take care of the text that we are going to display. So for our texts, we're going to access our user data. So if our user data has data, then we're going to display user data.name. Else, we are going to display a message to the user. Please log in into your account. So if we save, this message should be displayed. Since we don't have this user data as yet, this value is now. So we are done with that part. Next, we want to focus on a button which a user can click if they are not logged in, so that they can be redirected to the login page. So that button is going to come right after our text. We don't have our user data as yet. It's okay. We can use user login for now. Most probably we are going to change it when we implement our REST API. So here, if we say user login is equals to false, is equals to true, then we need to display this data, else we are going to display the other data. So this could work. So if it is true, then we display the user data. If it is false, then we display the message. So this is right. So next, let's move on to our other component. Down below, we need to create a button whereby we are sending the user to the login page. So we need a condition. So this condition is going to be the same as what we've written on top. So we're going to say user login is equals to false. Then we need to display something. So we're going to display a component inside this bracket, else we're going to display something else in here, right? So let's go ahead and have our first component, which is going to be a touchable opacity. So here we need the touchable opacity. So we don't have our touchable opacity as yet, so we need to import it from React Native. So we have our touchable opacity. Let's bring it down. Inside our touchable opacity, we want to have a view. So let's create a view. Now that we have our view, we need to give style to our view. So let's give it a name. We are going to call it login button. So we can call it login BTN. BTN standing for button. So let's go ahead and create our login BTN. So our BTN is going to require a background color. So we need to give it a lighter color. So we're going to give it a secondary color. So here we're going to access our colors from our constants, and we're going to use our secondary color. Right after that, we need to give it a padding. Let's give it a padding of 2. After our padding, let's go ahead and give it a border width. We want to give it a border width of 0.4. Since we have a border width, now we need a border color. So we can say BC border color, and we're going to access our colors. So from our colors, we want to use the primary color, and then let's go ahead and give it a border radius, and we're going to give it a border radius of, okay, so we're going to go with sizes, the sizes that we have in here. So we're going to go with extra large. So if we save, we don't see anything as yet because we don't have any component in this other bracket. We need to display something. So here we're going to display this, a view similar to this one. So we can paste this view in here and save, but we can see a dot because we don't have anything in our view. So we are going to have a text inside our first, when this condition is run, if it is false, inside this touchable opacity, we are going to display a text. So let's go ahead and have a text. So we need to give our text a style. So we need to give it a name. It's going to have a name, menu text. Let's close this bar for now, and let's create our menu text. So in our menu text, we're going to require font family. So our font family is going to be regular. We're going to require a color. So our color is going to come from our colors, and it has to be gray. We also have to give it a margin left to be precise, and we are going to give it a margin of 20. Let's go ahead and give it a font weight. and we're going to give it a font weight of 600. After our font weight, we're going to require font size, and let's give it a size of 14. We need line height, and we need to give it a line height of 26. So we are done with that style. So let's go back here. Let's save. So we need the text that we are going to display in here. So we're going to say login. So let's give it a space, a little bit of space. So we have our login. So if this is true, right? If this is true, then we need to display the email belonging to the user, right? So let's say we take this text that we have here and put it inside the second view that we have in our condition, and here we just write a random email, right? So we have our email. We want to display this email, but to do that without running into an error, let's go ahead and get rid of this user data and put it like this, or let's just put a name and then we'll change it a little bit later, like that. So what we are going to do, we are going to change the state from false to true. So if we change the state, our email is going to be displayed in here and our name is going to be displayed right on top. That's exactly what we need. So next, what we are going to do, we are going to leave it like this, and we are going to design what our profile looks like here, and then we can move on to design our login page. But before we proceed, let's go ahead and have our navigation. So on our component, we are going to require navigation. So we can use this navigation to navigate to the other pages. So let's take, for instance, we have our touchable opacity. In our touchable opacity, we are going to require on press function, right? So on press, we are going to have a navigation. So we need to navigate to the other page. That's when we are going to use this navigation. So since we don't have the login page as yet, let's go ahead and create one page, and it has to be a JSX file. In our JSX file, we need to create our component. So that's our component. So we need to hook this component to our app.js, to our navigation. So we need to come to our app.js and we need to create a stack.screen for the page that we just created. So let's copy, paste, let's format the code a little bit. So we are going to call it login, and here we want to import this page with these screens that we have in here, right? So what we are going to do, we are going to go ahead and open the index that we have in here, and then we are going to import the login page, and it has to be mapped to this login. And down below, we are going to export the same login page that we just imported. So let's go back to our app.js. In our app.js, we need to import the login page. So we have our login page, and we need to go down to our stack. In our stack, we need to map it to the right component. So here it's supposed to be login page. So we are done with this part. We can close our app.js and we can close this index. And let's go back to our profile. We have an error. So this one is supposed to be an arrow function, and we are going to map it to navigation, and we are going to navigate to the page that we just created, which is the login. So the name that we're going to put in here is not the name of the page, but the name that we gave to our screen, which is this name. We are not going to use the component name, but we are going to use this name. So we might as well just copy the name from here and we just paste it inside here and we save, right? So if we come back and change our state to false, then if we click on this button, we're supposed to be redirected to this login page. We're going to revisit it when we have our data so that we can display the data here and use user data in our condition. So next, we are going to have a similar condition, similar, if not the same condition as the one that we just written. And then we need to just get rid of the components that we have in these conditions. So let's get rid of the view, which is down. So in here, if the user login is equals to false, that means the user is not logged in, then we don't want to display items in our profile page. We don't want to display anything here. We just want to leave it like this. So here we are just going to go ahead and display a view, an empty view. But right next we need to go ahead and display something if a user is logged in. So let's set this value to true here in our use state. Let's set it to true. If this value is true, then we want to display whatever is going to be in this part of our condition. So first, we are going to have a view. We want to give this view a style, and we are going to access our style, and we are going to call it menu style or menu wrapper. Let's call it a wrapper. So we need to create this wrapper. So let's come to our styles. Right below our menu text, we create menu wrapper. So in our wrapper, we're going to require margin top, and we have to give it a margin top of sizes dot extra large. So we are going to access the sizes that we have in our constants, and here is going to be XL. After that, we need to give it a width. So the width that we are going to use is the device width. So we already have the device width in our sizes. So we're going to say sizes dot width, and we need to subtract sizes dot large. Right below, we need to have our background color. So our background color is going to be a light white color, and we also need to give it a border radius. So let's give it a border radius of 12. After that, let's save. So we've saved our style, but if we come to our profile, we didn't save anything. So if we save, now we have our data and we don't have anything displayed here. So we need to go ahead and work in this view that we just created, the one which is wrapped around this menu wrapper. Inside our menu wrapper, we require tiles, which we are going to display underneath our profile here. So we need tiles. So each and every tile is going to be wrapped around a touchable opacity. We want to listen to the onPress event. We have our touchable opacity, and in our touchable opacity, we are going to require onPress. So if this touchable opacity is pressed, then we listen to the event, then we can trigger certain events after the press. So here we're going to have an empty function at first, but after we are done, we are going to set navigation to correct pages. So let's get inside our touchable opacity. Inside our touchable opacity, we're going to require a view. So this view should have a style. So let's go ahead and introduce our style. So our style is going to come from our style, and we have to give it a name, menu item, and it takes a parameter. So this parameter, let's talk about it as we create our menu item. So let's go to our styles, create the style. So first, to have a parameter in our style, we need brackets, and we need to put the name of the style that we want to manipulate. So here we're going to have border bottom width. Right, so here it's supposed to be width, and we need an arrow function, and we need braces. Inside the braces, then we put our style. So let's go ahead and create our style. So first, we need to take care of this parameter that we have on top. We can copy it, paste it inside, copy, we paste it inside, and then we are going to map it to border bottom width, which is the one that we are getting here. So whatever value this border bottom width is taking from here. And this value is being passed from here. So here we have to put 0.5. So here we are sending 0.5 to our styles, and this 0.5 is being sent to this border bottom width. Okay, so let's go ahead and have our next parameter, which is going to be flex direction. So we need to make it a row. Since it's a tile, we require an icon and a title. We want to give it a padding vertically. Okay, so let's just go ahead and have our padding. So our padding is going to be vertical. We need both vertical and horizontal. So here we have our vertical padding. So we have to give it a vertical padding of 15. Let's copy paste, and we need to change this vertical to horizontal. So our horizontal is going to be 30. After that, we need to give it a border bottom color. So this is just a width. So if we have a width without a color, then our border won't show. So we need a border color, and we are going to use colors in our constants, and we want to use the gray color. So we are done with that part. Let's come here and let's save. So we have this line, that's our border. So if we change this number from 0.5 to 0.2, then this line becomes smaller. So let's go ahead and use 0.2 for now. And then we need to go ahead and work inside this view that we just created. So inside this view, we require an icon. So we're going to use the icons from export vector icons. So we need to go on top and import the icons, and then we can use them right below. And icons from export vector icons. So here we're going to require design, and we're also going to require material community icons. Here it's supposed to be icons, and then we're going to require simple line icons. It's supposed to be simple then line icons. So we require these three. So let's go ahead and save. Let's cross check whether we didn't make any mistakes. Simple line icons, material community icons, and design. That's okay. So let's go ahead and work in this view. So what we are going to do, we are going to just create this one touchable opacity. Then we can just copy paste and make some necessary changes to suit the needs of our other tiles. So the first one that we're going to have is going to require material community icons. So here we need our material community icons. So our icons, they're always going to be closed components. And in our icons, the first prop that we're going to require is the name of the icon that we want to use for that particular icon. So here we're going to require, let's say we might need to change it a little bit later so that we can map it to the right icon. So let's go ahead with hot outline, and we need to give it a size, and our size is going to be 24. Let's get rid of this comma. We don't require the comma here. And we also need a color. So our color is going to come from our constants. So we need to use colors, and we are going to use our primary color here. So if we save, we should have an icon here. We should have an icon. So let's go ahead right after this material icon. So we're going to need a text. So in our text, we're going to require a style. So this style is going to come from the style, and supposed to be menu text, right? So the first one is for the orders. So we just go ahead and write the name orders. So now we have our orders here. So we can go ahead, copy this touchable opacity, go right underneath it, paste it again, save. Now we have two icons. Okay, so let's go ahead. The first one that we had was the one for the orders. We change titles first, and then we go ahead and change the other parts. So let's change the first one from orders to favorites, since we have a heart. Okay, this is the wrong one, so we need to go ahead, copy. It should be the first one. So the first one should be favorites, and then the second one is going to be for the orders. So we change the title to orders, and then we're going to change the icon to truck delivery. So that one would be for our orders. Let's see. Okay, that one doesn't exist, so we are going to go with outline. So next we need the one for our cart. So for our cart, we're going to use a different font. So here, instead of using material, we're going to use simple line icons, and the name here, it has to be a bag. So here we're going to have bag. If we save, now we have our cart. Right after our cart, we need the one for our cache. So here it's supposed to be clear cache. So for clearing cache, we need an icon, and it's coming from material community. So let's change the title to cached. It's supposed to be cached. Okay. Right after that, we need a delete user. So here we're going to say delete user as our icon, and we need to map this delete user to, it's supposed to come from design. So if we save, then our icon will appear. So we need to change the name from orders to delete. Let's say delete account, not user. So let's save that. So we need the last one, which is for logging out. So let's just copy the one that we have right here, and we paste down below. So down below, we need to change the icon and the title. So for the text, it's going to be logout. We are going to use the same font family, font name for logout, which is design. So this is our menu. So we need to go ahead and map these pages, these tiles, to the right pages. They're going to be linked to functions, and some are going to be linked to navigation. For example, logout is going to be linked to a function which has an alert box inside, an alert inside. Same as for delete and cache. and these ones are going to be linked to navigation. So let's go ahead and create the functions, and then we can take care of the navigation, because navigation, we need to create the pages and we don't have the pages as yet. So let's go ahead. Right on top, we want to create the functions. So first we're going to have the logout function. So we're going to say const logout. So here we need to have an arrow function. In our logout function, we need to have an alert. So we need to import this alert right on top alongside our other components. So we need to import it. So it's supposed to be alert.alert. And then in here, we're going to put the title of our alert. So here it's supposed to be logout. After the title, then we need to give a message. We need to write a message that we are going to display to the user if the alert pops up. So we're going to say, are you sure you want to log out? And right after that, then we need to have a list of functions, because okay, so let's save it first. So here we're going to have a list of functions. The first function is going to require a text. So an alert has a yes and no buttons, right? Those yes and no buttons, these are the ones that we are going to put in this array. So first we need the text. So the text that we're going to have here is going to be for cancel. Like if someone cancel, then what will happen, right? So we are going to have an on press function here. So if a person presses cancel, then we are just going to console log something here. Let's just use a shortcut. So we're just going to log something, and we want to say cancel pressed, right? So here it's supposed to be an arrow function. Let's go ahead and save it. Let's see. We have our texts, we have on press, we have our braces. Okay, so let's just go ahead and have the other one, since we are in a list. If we have any problem from that, then we can go ahead and take care of it. So the next one is going to be continue. Which one? Let's see. Okay, if our texts, cancel, then on press. Okay, so we ain't supposed to close it. We're not supposed to close it. So this is the next. The continue is supposed to have a function here to log out the user. So let's go ahead and not click logout. So we need to go ahead and copy this logout function that we just created and go ahead and put it to our logout. So here on press, we need to call the logout function like that. So if we call the logout function, then an alert box is going to pop up like this. If we cancel, then something is going to be printed on our terminal. So let's go ahead, open our terminal. Does it have debug console? If you press cancel, then cancel should be printed here. And if you press continue, then another text is shown. So let's just go ahead and differentiate the text so that we can have like a correct flow. So here we're going to say logout pressed. So if we press and we press continue, logout pressed, so everything is working fine. So we need to go ahead and duplicate this function that we just created and create the one for delete account and clear cache. So let's go ahead and have a default, and our default is going to be, it's supposed to be default index, and our default index is going to be 1. So our default is always going to be cancel here. So let's go ahead, close this function, and then we need to copy it and paste it 2 times. So we need to change the name. This one we're going to call it clear cache, and the next one we're going to call it delete account. So we need to focus on our clear cache. So we need to change the title to clear cache, and we need to change the message. Are you sure you want to delete all cached? Or let's go with save data on your device. So that's going to be, so we just need to change here to cancel clear cache, and we change here to clear cache. So if we go ahead and map this to the right tile and click, then we can see the demonstration of everything that we did. So let's go ahead and look for the button. So we're looking for clear cache. This is the on press. So here we want to have clear cache, and it's a function, so we have to put brackets. So let's save. So here, if we come and clear cache, then this is our title and this is our message. Are you sure you want to delete all the saved data on your device? So if we go ahead and open our terminal and press cancel, then we're going to have a different message like cancel clear cache, right? If we press continue, then clear cache pressed. So if we press this button, then we are going to have another function which we are going to use to clear the cache. So let's go ahead and work on delete account. So let's go ahead, close this one, and we want to work on delete account. So delete account, we have cancel continue. Yes, that will do. So the title, we are just going to say delete account. Are you sure you want to delete your account? Cancel pressed, it's okay. So here we are going to say delete account pressed. So let's save that. Go back to our tiles. We need to map it to this on press. So here it's supposed to be delete account, and let's close it and let's save it. So let's go ahead and click delete account. Are you sure you want to delete your account? Cancel pressed. And then if we press continue, delete account pressed. So we are done with that part. Next, we are going to focus on the navigations and creating these pages and set the navigations in app.js. Top. So the only thing that's left is to use our navigation in our component. So we are done working on our style, so we can as well just close this page. If you want to add something, then we might revisit it a little bit later. So we need to open the bar. If we open the bar, we need to come to our screens. We want to check whether we have the right pages. So we have our cart. We are going to require carts. We require orders. So let's go ahead and create one screen for orders. And it's going to be a JSX file. And let's go ahead and create one for favorites. So we need to create the component. So that's for our favorites. We can close it, and we need to create another component for orders. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's save. So we are done with these two. So what we need to do now is to go to the index file inside our screens, and we need to import the pages that we just created. So we already have our cart inside. So we need the one for favorites and the one for orders. So let's go ahead. We're going to import. The first one is going to be orders, and it has to come from orders. That's the first. And the second one is going to be our favorites, and it's coming from our favorites. So we need to export these two pages. So let's go ahead and do that. So after exporting, we need to close our index, and after closing our index, we need to go ahead and visit our app.js. We need to create screens for the pages that we just created. So let's copy this tag that we have here. So we want to create two screens. Let's format the code. So the first one is going to be for orders, and the second one is going to be for favorites. So we need to import these pages right on top. So we have favorites and we have orders. So we have our pages, and we need to come back to our screens. We need to map these screens to the correct components. So here, the first one is going to be orders, and the next one is going to be favorites. So we are done. Now let's go back to our profile. In our profile, we need to go to our tiles. So we need to visit our first tile, which is the one for favorites. And in here, we need to set navigation. So we're going to use the navigation that we have on top, and we need to navigate to a particular page, which is our favorites page. So let's go ahead and write the name. Okay. So if we save and click on this page, we should be redirected to a different page. So let's see. Okay, so we made a typo here. It's supposed to be favorites. Let's save it again. And if we click, then we're supposed to be redirected to our favorites page. So let's go back, and we want to do the same for the following two pages, the one for the orders and the other one for the cart. So let's copy this, and then we can just go ahead and change the page title. So our next is going to be for the orders. So we need to paste, and we need to change this to orders. Let's save. And our next one is going to be for the carts. So let's just go ahead, paste, and we need to change this to cart. So if we press on orders, we're redirected to orders. And if we press on carts, we're redirected to cart. So we are done hooking up all the functions and the navigations on our profile. So next, we're going to be just working on the functions and creating these pages. we need to go ahead and change this state variable from false to true. So like this is the profile. Let's change it to true. Since we are done working on our profile page, now we need to work on our login page. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to be able to go to our login page. So to do that, we are going to come to our profile and we need to come to this state variable and we need to change this value from true to false. After we change it to false, we need to save. So now we have access to our login page. So if we click here, then we are redirected to our login page. So if we come to our screens, we do have our login screen, but here we need to create the login style, login.style.js. So you need to create this file because most probably you don't. So after creating this file, you just need to go ahead and put it side by side with our login page. So we're going to close the profile for now. So let's put our login page side by side with the login style. Close the profile. So in our login page, we're going to require a few imports. So right at the top, we have to import scroll view and touchable opacity. So scroll view and touchable opacity. After importing those, we're going to import useState from React. Then we need to create our state variables here, the state variables that we are going to use in our login screen. Then we go ahead and work on our UI. So let's go ahead and have our state variables. So first we're going to have a loader. So a loader, we're going to use it when we are waiting for our REST API to load. So we need to be able to set the loader. So we're going to get this from useState. So initially it is going to be false. And whenever the data is loading, then this is going to be true. So we are done with that one. So let's go ahead and create another state variable. Here we're using the same approach that we used in our other page. That was the profile page, whereby we created the state variables first before we created the page. So we need the one for response. So response is where we are going to store our data when we get the data from our REST API. So we're going to have response data and we need to be able to set response data. So let's just go ahead and have the variable here. So our response data is going to be initially false, not false, but it's going to be null. We need to set it as null here. And let's go ahead and create our last two. So here we're going to need input and we also need to set input. It's supposed to be input here. We need to set input. So our input is going to work hand in hand with our text field. So we're going to create a text field, a custom text field that we are going to use to log in a user. So here is going to come from useState. We need useState and we need to have the variables that we are going to be manipulating and changing state. So here we're going to have an email and we need to set it as an empty string. Right below we need a password and we are going to set it as an empty string as well. So after this, we need to have another one for errors. If our input, like during our validation, if our input has error, then we should be able to set that error in our state variable and show that to the user. So let's go ahead and create the one for the errors. So we're going to have consts. Okay, we need to put it in an array. So here is supposed to be error and we should be able to set errors. So here we're going to initialize it as an empty array. So let's go ahead and save that. So we are done declaring our state variables. Next, we are going to go ahead and work in our component inside. So the first thing that we require in here, we're going to require a scroll view. So as we said before, in order for us to use a scroll view, then we need to import the component from React Native. So that's the component that we have here. So we can go ahead and wrap our component in a scroll view. Then inside our scroll view, we're going to require a safe area. So we're going to import safe area from React Native safe area context, and we need to close it. So here our safe area has been imported, so we can continue. So inside our safe area, we need to give this safe area a style, but this style we're not going to put it in here. We're going to put it here since we want to manipulate one value, which is horizontal margin. So to put a property inside our page, we need double braces. So here I'm going to say margin horizontal, and I'm going to give it a value of 20. Let's save that. Next, we need to work inside our safe area. So inside our safe area, we're going to require a view, and inside this view, the first thing that we need a back button, because we are in a login page, and this login page is embedded in our application. Let's say it's right after our profile page. It's not like we are asking a user to log in first before they enter the application. So here the user has the ability to navigate through the products that we have and log in later if they want to purchase something or add something to favorites. So we need to set it up in a way that they can go back to the profile if they are logged in. Even if they are not logged in, they should be able to navigate back. So we need a back button. So we need to create a component in our components, and we are going to give it a name, back button. So let's create a new file. Let's give it a name, backbtn. It's going to be a JSX file. So in this JSX file, we need to create the component itself, and we are going to include style in this file. So this is our backbtn. So in our backbtn, we're going to require a touchable opacity since it's a button. So right on top, we can replace this text with the touchable opacity. After replacing with the touchable opacity, we need to go ahead and use this touchable opacity in our component. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we're going to require touchable opacity. We need to listen to on press event. If this button is pressed, then we should be able to do something. That is to navigate back. So as we said, navigation for a child component is different from a page. So we are not going to handle our navigation in our back button, but we are going to take it outside and then put it in our login screen. So here in our touchable opacity, we require on press. Right? So our on press, we are going to just provide the on press function from our login page. So by doing this, we are not going to put our navigation logic in here, but we are going to put it back in the page where we want to use this back button. And this opens room for us to even reuse this component in other pages, since we can manipulate where to navigate to. So let's go ahead. Inside our back button, we are going to require an icon. So let's go ahead and import icons here first, and then we can continue. So we are going to use ion icons, and they're coming from expo vectors. So here it's supposed to be expo/vector icons. So we have our icons. Now we need to use them. So in here, our icon is going to be a closed component. So let's close it first. We have our icon there, and we need to close it. So we've closed our icon. So the first thing that we require in our icon is an icon name. So we're going to go ahead, put the name. So the name for this icon is going to be chevron. Okay, so what we can do here, we can do this so that we can access the icons. So we're going to let's go with chevron circle first. So let's save this. So we want to manipulate it whilst we are looking at it in the page. So let's go ahead to our login page, and we want to hook it up to this login page. But for us to do that, we need to go back to our components, and in our components, we need to open index.js. In our index.js, we are going to import this component. After importing, then we need to export it. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to import backbtn, and it's going to come from backbtn. So let's go ahead, close it here, and then we can export this backbtn. So let's copy it and then paste it down here. After pasting it, let's save this file. Let's close it for now. Let's go back to our login screen. In our login screen, we want to have a closed component, but before, let's go ahead BackBTN. Okay, that would do. So our BackBTN has been imported. So let's go ahead and try to put it in braces. If we need anything from components, then we can get it without a problem. So that's our BackBTN. Let's go ahead, save invalid. Let's see. Let's get rid of the braces. Go back to our login. Yeah, we still have the same error here. On press doesn't exist. So what we are going to do, we are going to have on press here, right? Okay, so the problem is this on press has to be passed from this login page. So what we need to do, we need to come back here and then we need to receive on press from the previous page. So if we save here and go ahead and try to use on press here, then we have on press. So here first we're going to have, let's just navigate. That's the best thing that we can do. So to navigate here, you need to have this navigation passed from the last page that you were on. So you need to have navigation in your login page. So we're going to use this navigation to navigate back. So it's going to be navigation dot and we need to go back, right? So after we save, we need to go back to our login page. Let's visit the page. So now we have this tiny little button right on top. So we need to increase the size a little bit for it to be visible. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go back to our button. We need to give it a size. Oh, here we don't need a comma. Let's give it a size, and the size is going to be 30. Let's save. Let's go ahead, give it a color. So for colors, I want to access the colors that we have in our constants, and then we're going to use the primary color. We want to make it green. So now our component is green. If we press on it, then we are prompted back to our profile page. So next we are going to try to put an image right underneath this button. So to do that, it's pretty easy, but we need to have that image first. If we have the image, then we can make some changes and adjustments while we have the image on our screen. Right now, we need to have our image. So to be able to use our image in this page, we need to import the component. So what we're going to do, we are going to import image component on top from React Native. So let's go ahead and do that. We have our image, so we're able to use it down here. So let's go ahead. Our image is supposed to be a closed component. So we're going to have image and we're going to make it closed. So as we said before, for us to use an image, we require to have a source. A source, just where the image is coming from. So we have our source. So we need to provide the path of where our image is coming from. So here, our image is going to be from assets. So we're going to use a require. So we need to provide the path. So our path is going to be assets. Okay, so to access our assets, we need assets and we need to access our images. And in our images, we are going to access BK this one. So we need to add a little bit of style to this image. So this is our image, but okay, we'll get to that a little bit later. So let's provide style to our image first, and then we'll get to the styling of this whole page in a minute. So we need to have style and we need to give our style a name. So we're going to call it a login image. Styles dot, supposed to be styles dot. We don't have our styles as yet. So let's see. Okay, we've imported our styles here. Then here we need to give it a name. So let's call it cover. So this one is going to be login cover, but cover is okay. So we can go with that. So we come to our login style, login.style.js. In our login.style.js, we need to create a style object. So we're going to say cover and we need to create the style object. So the first thing that we need height. So our height is going to be the height of the device and we need to divide it by 2.4. So let's go ahead and do that. So we need to access our sizes and we need height. After we have our height, then we need to divide it by 2.4. So we've saved our login style, but we haven't saved our login page. So let's go ahead and do that. So it's now resized to a smaller size, but we need to make it in a way that it's contained. Everything is within the size that we gave to our image component. So let's go ahead and continue working. So next we're going to require width and we're going to give it a width from our sizes. So this is device width, and we are going to subtract 60. So let's save. So it's a little bit smaller now, and we need to provide resize mode, and our resize mode is going to be contain. So we need to provide braces and contain our image. So now our image is contained within the container that we just created here with height and width. So we need to provide a little bit of margin between this image and the next component that we're going to have. So let's give it a margin. It's going to be margin bottom. So we're going to have MB. So our margin bottom is going to be sizes.large, extra large. Let's go with extra large. So that one won't show until we put the next component. So far so good. What we're going to do next is to try to push this image right underneath this button. Okay, so we need to go to our button, the back.btn, and we need to provide style to it. So let's do that. So first we need to include our style here. So here we're going to get the style from styles, right? So it's going to be styles dot, and we call it back.btn. Let's just call it back.btn, right? So we have our back.btn here, but we haven't created this style object as yet. So we need to come down here, paste, then we're going to create our style object. So the first thing that we're going to require is alignment, align item, and we're going to align it to the center. Then we're going to need position. So our position, it has to be absolute. So now this image is below this back button. So that's what we need. Let's see. Okay, so we need to go ahead and provide another property. So we need to give it z index. Let's give it a z index of 999. And top, we need to give it a size. That's going to be sizes, and our sizes are imported right on top. Here we're going to say sizes.large. So it's a little bit down, so we need to subtract a little bit of height. So let's subtract 10. That will do. So if we press on this button, then we can go back. If we press, we can go. So here the simple logic is like, if let's say we don't have this z index, right? If we don't have this z index, then we won't be able to press our button, our touchable opacity. So you need to include z index whenever you are putting another component on top of another. So let's uncomment it and then come and press back. So our button is working again. So we are done with that part. Next, we're going to be working on our text, and then we work on our text field. Now we need to add text right below our image. So we've already added like a margin bottom. So it's going to be right at the bottom, but with a little bit of margin. So let's go ahead and add our text after our image. So here we're going to require a text component. We've already imported the text component right on top when we created this component. So we are going to need the text. So we're going to say unlimited luxurious furniture. So here it's supposed to be furniture. So let's save. So we have our text here, but we have to style it a little bit. So we need to give it a style. So let's go ahead and have our style. So our style is going to come from styles, and we can just call it title. So we have our title here, but we still need to create the style object here. So let's go ahead, paste the name. So the first thing that we're going to require is a font family. So we're going to use bold. So now our text is bold. So we still need to manipulate some other properties. So we want to give it a font size, and we're going to give it a font size of size.extra large. So let's save. So we have our text. Let's give it a green color. So we're going to have color. So here it's going to be colors.black. Primary, I mean, not black, but primary. And we need to align this item to the center. So we're going to use align item, and we have to place it to the center. So our text is at the center, and we need to add a little bit of margin between this text that we have here and the text input that we're going to have down below. And this page is scrollable. So as you can see, we can be able to scroll. If we have our keyboard on the screen, then it can be pushed up. So since we got that out of the way, so let's give our title a margin. So we are going to give it an MB, and we are going to give it an MB of extra large. So we need to access our sizes and we need to give it extra large. So we are done with that part. So our text input is going to be a reusable component. So what we are going to do, we're going to create a button first, a login button, and then we can go ahead and create this input separately. Okay, so let's go ahead. Right underneath this text, we need to put the button, but this button we want to make it in a way that it is reusable. So what we're going to do, we are going to go to our component and we're going to create a new component, not new folder, but a new component, and we're going to call it button. So it has to be a JSX file. So let's go ahead and create this component. So we have our button in here. So we need to go ahead and style our button. So first, let's go ahead. We're going to do the same as we did for the back button. So in here, we're going to require on press, not on press. So we need to wrap everything around a touchable opacity. Since it's a button, it has to be clickable. So right on top, we need to go ahead and import our touchable opacity. So we have our touchable opacity here. So let's go ahead, replace everything, and we are going to have our touchable opacity. Let's close it. So in our touchable opacity, we are going to go ahead and add a little bit. We're going to add a text. Let's add a text first, and then we can style it a little bit. So here we have our text. So we're going to say login. Not necessarily. If you want to reuse this button, then we have to pass our text from the parent widget that we are going to be using it. So we need to come on top. Right before on press, we need to have title. We're going to give it a name title. So we copy this title, and that's the one that we are going to put in here. And we need to give this text a style. So let's go ahead and do that. So we have our style, and our style is going to come from our styles. These styles are down here. So let's go ahead and style it a little bit. Styles dot, let's say btn text, our object. So let's go ahead, copy it, and we're going to paste it. Okay, let's just write. So it's going to be btn text. So in our btn text, we're going to require font family, and our font family, it has to be bold. So let's put it in a string, and we're going to require a color. So make sure that these colors are imported first. So here it has to be color, and make sure the colors are imported. So I already have colors here imported from constant. So if you don't, then go ahead and do that, because you might run into an error. Probably running into an error. So we're going to give it a light color. So we're going to go with white. Let's go with white. And then we want to give it a font size, and we want to give it a font size of 18. Let's save that. After that, we need to go ahead and work in our touchable opacity, because we're already done with our text. The only thing that's left is to hook it up to login page, and then we provide the text from login screen. So in our touchable opacity, we are going to require on press, and then we're going to require the style. So first, let's deal with the style. So we have our style. So here is going to come from styles. So let's call it btn text. Not btn text, but btn style. Okay, so we have our btn style here. So what we're going to do, we're going to come down here, create our btn style, create the object. So the first property that we need to take care of is the height of the button. So our button is going to have a height of 50, and we want to give it a width, and the width that we're going to give it is the width from our sizes. So we need to access our sizes, but let's just give it 100%. Then we can change the margin. Okay, so here we're going to have margin vertical, and let's give it a margin of 20. Right after that, let's give it a background color. So we're going to give it our primary color, that's a military green color. So let's go ahead and have the right color here, colors.primary. After giving it a color, then we need to justify the content, and we need to put the content to the center. After putting the content to the center, we need to align items to the center also. So let's go ahead and do that. And we need to give our button a little bit of border radius. So we're going to have the border radius, and our border radius is going to be 12. So we are done. Let's get rid of the extra comma. Let's save our btn. Let's save our login page. So we haven't hooked this btn to to our login page. So before we do that, we need to go to our index.js. In our index.js, we need to import this btn, and then we can export it down here. So we're exporting a button. Let's save. After exporting, then we can access this button from here. Button to our login page. So it's going to be a closed component. So here we need button. So our button has been imported from components. So let's try to get this btn inside of this and then comment this out. See whether yes, we don't have an error. So that's the only way that we can, not the only, an alternative. Instead of importing them one by one, we can use this style. Since we've put our files in this index.js, then we can be able to access them through components. So instead of having a lot of files here, we can just put them through one import. Okay, so let's get rid of the other import that we had on top. So this is our button. So now we need to provide the text. We need to provide the text. So let's go ahead. Our text was title. Okay, so here it's supposed to be login. So it's supposed to be a string. So let's go ahead and have our login. So I'm going to be just spacing them with one space like that. So we have our login text. So it's clickable, but we don't have the on press as yet here. So let's just put on press, and then we're going to hook this to an empty function. So let's go ahead and do that like that. So if when we create our functions, then we're going to hook this up to the correct function. So next we're going to be working on our input. So here, this is going to be down, and we need two text inputs, the one for the password and the one for the email. So let's go ahead and create our input. Go ahead and have our form. So our form is going to have two fields. So we are going to require a particular method to validate our form. So to take care of that, we're going to use formic and yap. So we need these dependencies installed. They didn't come with the package.json, so you need to install them. I've already installed, but I'm going to run it through with you. So we are going to run the command npm I. Then we need to have formic -- save. Right, that's the first. And the next one that we're going to install is yap for form validation. Okay, so formic has successfully installed. Let's clear our terminal. Our next is going to be yap. So we just need to run the command npm I, and then here we're going to have yap, and we're going to do the same, and we're going to just save. So let's wait for it to finish. After it finishes, then we need to go ahead and import these dependencies in our login page. So right at the top, the first dependency that you need to import, you're going to import formic. So let me just do it with you. Import. We need formic, and formic is going to come from formic. Let's close that, and down below we're going to import everything as yap from yap. Okay, everything yap with the uppercase Y. So that's our second. So we are done installing and importing. The next thing that we need to do is to go ahead and wrap wherever we need to put our text input in a formic component. So here we have this view. So inside this view, we're going to, let's do it outside. So outside this view, we're going to have a formic component. So let's close it, and let's bring this down, and we need to copy this view from here to cut, not to copy, and we need to paste it inside. So let's format our code. So that's what our code looks like. So first we need to have our initial values here, right? So we need to use initial value, and we need to add braces inside. So we're going to have two values, the one for the password and the other one for the email. So let's go ahead and do that. So first we're going to have our email, and initially is going to be an empty string, and we're going to have our password, and initially is going to be an empty string. So we are done with that part. Next, we need a validation schema. So for the validation schema, we are going to go ahead and visit the formic website and copy the validation schema there, and then we can come paste it in our app, make some few changes, and then we can continue. So let's go ahead. You need to visit this website, formic.org/docs /tutorials, and you need to come to tutorials. When you come to tutorial, you need to come to this one, this part. Okay, so you need to copy the validation schema. Let's copy the validation schema, go back to our application, and we're going to go right at the top, and we're going to paste our validation schema, and here we need to close it. So we're going to be using the app that we imported right on top to validate our form. So here we have first name, last name, and email. So for email, we're going to leave it like this, but here we're going to get rid of one of the values they have here, and we're going to put a password, right? So for password, instead of setting a max, we're going to set a minimum value. So our minimum value is going to be 8. So if a password is less than 8, then we're going to be shown an error. This is the error that should be shown to the user. So we can go ahead and change this error to fit what we want to display to the user. So what we're going to write is password must be at least 8 characters. At least 8 characters. That's what's going to be shown to the user if their password is too short and it's required. On our email, we can change the message here from invalid to something like, okay, provide a valid email address. Provide a valid email address. That's okay. So we are done with our schema. We need to come and hook our schema to this validation schema. That's why we do have this error here. So we need to copy this validation schema, come to our validation schema, the one that we have inside, and paste it inside. Then we can save. If we save this validation schema so that we can rectify this error that we introduced to our code. So first here it has to be equal, and we have to add const. It's supposed to be objects dot shape. Like that. If we save it, then our error should be gone. Okay, we should add brackets here. So let's save. If we go back, then our error should be gone. So we don't have the error anymore. Whatever, like we need to wrap this view. We need to put it in a function. So what we're going to do, we need to go back to Formic websites. So we're on this page, but now we want to go on to another page. We want to visit React Native. So in React Native, we need to copy from here to where this ends. Let's just copy these lines of code. We go back to our application, and we want to go ahead and paste these lines of code here. So let's format them. So in here, we're going to cut our lines of code from here, and then we replace everything that's inside here. So after we've done that, the next thing, we need to add more parameters right on top. So we're going to have values. We already have them, and we want to have errors because we want to handle errors and show errors if there's anything which is not up to par. So we're going to have is valid, and then set field touched. Okay, so these are the props that we're going to need to use in our forms. So now we need to work on our text fields. Right at the top, we need to import text field, text input, text input, and we're going to use our text input in here. So we're going to require 2, but we're going to work on 1 until we complete, then we can move on to the other one. So our text input, we're going to wrap it around a view. So first, we're going to have a view. Let's go ahead and have our login style side by side with our login page so that we can style it while we are programming it at the same time. Okay, so we have our view. Let's close this so that we can have enough space. So let's go ahead and provide style for this. So this is the view that's going to be wrapping our text input. So we need to design it first. So let's go ahead and add a style. So we're going to go ahead, access our styles, and then from our styles, we need to write a new style. Let's give it a name, wrapper. It is going to be wrapping our text input. Let's copy the name, go back, go to our styles, and then we need to create it. So for our wrapper, we're going to require a few things. Let's go ahead and have margin bottom, and we're going to set it to 20. And then we're going to have margin horizontal. and we're going to set it to 20 also. So we are done with that part. Let's move on. We're moving on. Inside this view, we need to create a text. We need to put a text. This text is going to be the text for our label, the label that we're going to display right here. So we have our text. Let's style our text first. So our style is coming from styles, and we're going to call it text style. Just give it a name. So we need to create this text style. Let's not call it text style. Let's give it a specific name that's related to what it actually does. So label, right? So we need to create our label here. So in our label, we need to have the font family first. So for font family, we're going to use regular. It's supposed to be regular. And we're also going to have font size. For font size, we're going to give it a smaller font. So here, we're going to go with size.small. Let's go with extra small. Let's give it margin bottom. We're giving it a bottom of 5. Let's give it margin end. We're giving it a margin end of 5. And we need to have text align. And we need to align this text to the right. So we need to provide our text, right? So our first field is going to be for the email. So we have our email, but this email should appear on this other side with this font size. This is it's showing up on the other side because we haven't saved our style as yet. So if we save our style, then our text should be displayed right here. So right underneath that, we're going to require another view. It's going to be a row which contains our icon, text field, and then our error. So right at the bottom, we're going to have another view. Let's close it. And this view, we need to give it a style, styles dots. This one is going to be an input wrapper, as it is going to be wrapping our input. So we need to go ahead and create it. Let's copy the name, and then let's go ahead, add a comma. Let's paste it here. Let's create our style object, and then inside, okay, we need to make this a little bit different. We need to give some certain parameters from our login page. So what we're going to do, we're going to create it as a function, arrow function. Then we add another bracket. So inside here, that's where we are going to put our style. So here we're going to require border color, because we need to, when our input field is active, then we need to show a different border color. So we're going to have, okay, border color. It's supposed to be border color here. So in here, that means we're going to require a border color. So let's just start with that first. So we need border color, and this border color is going to be mapped to the, supposed to be border color, not border bottom color. It's supposed to be this border color. And we also need a background color. So for background color, we're going to use the colors that we have in our constants, and we want to make it, let's make it white, light white. Let's just give this a color first, because we want to see the changes. Okay. So next, we're going to, for a border color to show, then we need a border width, because without the border width, that border won't have a size, so it won't show. So each and every time that you write, that you include border color in your styles, then you should have a border width. And our border width is going to be, let's make it visible for this time. Let's make it 1. And as we go, then we're going to reduce it a little bit. Let's give our text input a height. We're going to give it a height of 55. Let's give it a border radius, and we're going to give it a border radius of 12. So we want to make this as a row. So to create a row in React Native, we are going to use flex direction. So our flex direction here is going to be row. So by default, it comes as a column. Our view comes as a column. So if we wrap it around, if we wrap it with a style, then in that style, if we include flex direction and we put row, then it will be changed from a column to a row. Next, we're going to require padding. So we need to have padding horizontal. Let's push this a little bit up so that it can be visible. I cannot even see it myself. So we're going to have padding horizontal, and our padding horizontal is going to be 15. Last but not least, we need to align items to the center. So let's go ahead and save it. So we have our container here. We don't have a text input in there, so we cannot do anything for now. And this is our border. So what we need to do, we need to make sure this field is the same size as the button. So what we're going to do, we're going to try to get rid of this margin horizontal from here. Yes. So we should get rid of this margin horizontal. Then our input container would be the same size as our button. Even like if we go ahead and change the size to 50, that would be okay, because we want to maintain the same size between our components. So next, what we're going to do, we're going to work inside this view. So if it is an email, then for the email, we need an icon first, right, to display an email icon, and then we display our text field, our text input. So let's go ahead and import icons right on top. So first, we're going to require material community icons. Let's go with material community for now, and we're going to get them from @expo vector icons / vector icons, like that. Let's save. So if we come back to our view, inside our view, the first thing that we need to include is an icon. So we're going to call material icon. Our icons are closed components. So first, we're going to require a name for icon. So here we're going to require email outline. So let's see whether we can find it here somewhere. Email outline, and we need to give it a size, and our size is going to be 20. We need to give it a color, and this color is going to come from our constant. So it's going to be colors.gray. We also need to include a style. So let's go ahead and have our style here. So it's going to come from styles. Okay, so we can say icon style. Let's copy this icon style, come back to our styles. So for icon style, we're going to have a margin right. So margin right is going to be 10. So let's save, and let's save this. So we have our icon in here. Next, we're going to have our text input, and our text input is a closed component also. So we need to close it. So right at the top, the first thing that we need to include is a placeholder. So our placeholder is going to be, we're just going to say enter email, right? Like that. So now we have our text inside here. So everything is going accordingly. Let's add a few more properties. After that, we're going to have on focus. So on focus, we're going to have a function. This here is supposed to be an arrow function. So in our function, we need to set field touched, right? So if we click here, then we're going to set the field which is touched. Okay, like we are on the email. So here we're going to set our field to email. So this is a boolean. So that means if we are on email, then for the email field, it will be true, right? So we need to use this field. Okay, I think we need another parameter right on top. We need another parameter, touched. So touched is returned from is touched. So we can take it like this. This is like our state variables. So here we have the one to set the variable and the one to load the variables. So here, if we click, we're setting the variables, right? And we need to use the variable. So to use the variable, we're going to use this touched, okay? So let's take, for example, here, this color that we are providing here, right? The black color. We can set a condition to set this color, right? So to do that, we're going to use this touched, okay? So if it is touched.email, then our color is going to be, let's give it another color, which is not this color that we put. So we're going to have colors.primary. Let's go with primary, or else our color is going to be colors.off-white, right? So it's not touched as yet, but if you click on it, then the color would change to the primary color. Primary is too much, so let's go ahead and put a secondary color here. So if you touch, it will have a blue color right around it. So we need to set it in a way that if we touch another field, then that color will disappear and it will be off-white. So to do that, we are going to use another property that we have in here. It's called onBlur. So onBlur, we need to set field touched to an empty string. So that means this is no longer valid anymore. So the color will be this color that we have here. Okay, so we're going to have our function set field types, and we need to provide our value first, and it has to be a string, and we need to add a comma, and we need to set it to an empty string. So let's say we have two fields. Let's go ahead and have the value first. The value for this one is going to be email. So when we are writing our email, we don't want to auto capitalize. So we're going to set auto capitalize to none, and we don't want our app to auto correct. Otherwise, people will have wrong inputs. Autocomplete. Let's go with autocorrect, and autocorrect we're going to set it to false. Let's give it a style. So for style, we're going to just set flex, and we're going to set flex to 1. So let's save it. Let's remove this value. We don't need it. So we have our field. We don't it's not auto completing, so it's okay. So now we need to create another field for the password, but for the password is going to be a little bit different because we need to set the obscure text right on top. We need to get rid of these. We don't need them. Let's get rid of one of them. So this one, we're going to change it to obscure text. So obscure text is for hiding and showing the password, right? So if a user wants to hide their password, then they have to click on a button in order to hide their password or to show their password. So here it's going to be used initially is going to be false. So we need those 3 state variables. So let's go right down. We need to go ahead and deal with our errors, and then we can go ahead and create view with the input wrapper. We want to have our error. So we said if we didn't set flex direction for a view, right, then it is a column. So right now we are in this view. It is a column. So we have our label here. We have this column. We have this row, and we need to come outside of this row, and we need to have a condition. Like if we have an error, then we need to show the error. So let's go ahead, have braces. So first we're going to check, because we don't want to display an error for a field which is not active. So if a field is active, then we show the error. So we're going to use touched, and we need to input the name of the field. Since we are in an email field, then we need to go ahead and have the errors. This errors is the errors that we imported here, right? So since it's for the email, it's going to be errors.email, and we need to display a text. So in here, we're going to have our text. So let's close it. We need to give a style to our text. So here we're going to call it error message. It's supposed to be message. And we need to copy this. We need to create a new style object here, right? So our error is going to be error.email. Errors.email. That's our error. So let's go ahead and have the style for our error. So the color for an error is going to be red. So we're going to access our colors, and we need .red. After that, we need font size and font family. So let's have font family first. Our font family is going to be regular. Let's go ahead and have margin top. So we're going to give it a margin top of 5. We need space between this view that we have, this container that we have, and the error message. So we're going to give it a margin top of 5. After that, let's go ahead and give it a margin left, and we're going to give it a margin left of 5 also. And let's go ahead and give it a font size. We're going to give it a font size of 10. So we're going to use sizes.extra small. So let's go ahead, save that. We come to this page, we save. So this field is required. So if we write something here, our error is still showing, then we need to do some extra validation. So let's come here. We have our value. So our value is going to be values.email. Let's save. We're going to have on text changed, on change text. Then on change text, then we are going to use handle change. And we need to provide a field. So our field is going to be email. So let's save it. So that's about it when it comes to our email. Now we need to focus on our on our password. So for our password, we're going to copy this and paste it down below. So we're just going to copy this wrapper and we're going to paste it down below. Let's save it. So now we have two values. We have two fields. So this one is going to be for the password. So we need to change the placeholder to password. The best way that we can do it is just change all the occurrence of the email. So here it's going to be password. Let's save. Okay, so we've covered all this and everything up here. So we need to deal with our icon. So our icon is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be a lock outline. Let's save it. So that's going to be our icon. And right here, we're going to require a touchable opacity that we're going to use to trigger obscure text and hide and unhide our password. So this has to be inside this view that we have here, right? So we're going to require touchable opacity. So we need to come right back to the top. We have our touchable opacity imported already, so we need to use it. So we have our touchable opacity, and for our touchable opacity, we're going to require on press. So on press, we need to set obscure password to not obscure. That's what we need to do. So right in here, we need to have our icon. So we're going to use our material community icons, and we need to close it. So first, we're going to provide the name of the icon. So here, our name is going to be a little bit different because we need to provide a condition. If the password is shown, then we need to show a different icon. If it is hidden, then we need to show a different icon. So here we're going to use obscure text. Then our name of our icon has to be I outline, else is going to be I off outline. So let's go ahead and provide the size. So let's bring the name down. So right underneath, we're going to require size, and we're going to give it the same size, 20. The color can remain black. It's okay. Let's bring the size a little bit down. Let's make it 18. So here, it's not yet 8 characters. So it will show us that, okay, the password must be at least 8 characters. So it's now 8 characters, and we need to hide and show our password. But to do that, we need to have another property in our text input, which is secure text. So here we're going to need secure text entry, and we need to provide the boolean that we are going to be using, which is obscure text. So let's save it. So now we have the ability to hide and show our password. So our email, then we can see the blue border. We can see the border. But if we go and activate our password, we won't see anything because here we haven't changed from email to password. So if we change this to password, then we have our blue border. So if you come and click on top, this one is deactivated, this one is activated, like this. So let's go ahead and have an email. So now we are almost done. The next thing that we need to do, we need to change the label here from email to password. So let's go ahead to our label. This is our label. We need to change it to password. Let's save it. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to set on submit. What should we do on submit? So on submit, we're just going to print out these fields. And then in the next section, we're going to call our REST API so that we can log in. Right now, we need to change the color of this button. We need it to change dynamically. So if is valid, this is valid. The value that we have on top is valid. If this value is false, then it should be gray. So whenever a user finishes filling this form, and then the state of this value is going to change from false to true. So when that change happens, then we need to change the color of our button to green to show them that they have now the ability to submit their form. So we're going to change the color. So to do that, we have a button component that we created. So we need to pass this is valid to our button, and then we can use it to change the color. So let's go ahead, open our button. So our button, we can find it in our components. So if you come to components and then outside we have this button, we can open it. So right on top, we need to have another variable is valid, right? Once we have this variable on top, then we are going to go ahead and send it from our login page. So in our login page, in this button, we need to include it. So we need to have is valid, and we need to provide the value that we have on top. So here is going to be is valid. So this is valid, which is inside, is the same as this one that we have here. Okay. So the next thing, we need to go back to this page. In this page, then we need to manipulate the style. Since we want to change this color, the background color, we're going to make this as a function, and then we want to push everything inside these brackets like this. And here we need to provide a value that we are going to use here as our background color. So I'm going to call it background color to keep everything clean and understandable. So here we're going to call it background color. So we have our background color, and we are going to map our background color to our background color. So that means whatever we put here is going to be pushed to this background color. So right on top, in our touchable opacity, now that we have this value, we need to include it here. So we need to put brackets, and in here, we want to use the value that we get from our login page, and then we set the condition, right? So here, at first, we're going to have is valid. So I want to check if it is false, then we're going to display colors.gray. Else, we're going to display our background color as colors.primary. Okay, like this. Let's close this login style so that we can have the whole screen. So let's go ahead and save. So if we save, our validation here is false. So our button color is gray. So this logic is working already. So if we go ahead and put something here, a valid email and a valid password, then this button should change to green, to our primary color. Okay, so like that. So this is exactly what we need. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to visit this button. So in our button, we have this on press. It's supposed to be attached to this touchable opacity. We need to listen to on press event, right? So here we don't have on press, so we need to add on press. So on press, we need to map it to this on press that we have on top, right? So if we save, now we can use our on press function in our login page. So if we come in here, we want to check whether the form is valid or not first. If the form is valid, then we are going to call this handle submit. Okay, so let's go down. We're going to call handle submit. And if it is not valid, then we're going to just have an empty function like that. So let's save it. So here our form is valid. If we press, then this handle submit is going to be triggered. Once this handle submit is triggered, it is going to call this on submit that we have on top. So we're supposed to log something on our console. So if we click, then we should see our values, the one for the password and the one for the email. So let's change the password here. So if we press, then this is the new password that we set. So everything is going fine. So let's check, for example, here, this field is not provided. So our form is invalid. So if you click, nothing is printed. That means our form is not submitted. So what we could do here, if a user tried to click before the form has been validated, then we can go ahead and show something. We can show an alert box and say, okay, your form is not valid. So we need to go back to our profile. In our screens, we go to profile. So we've used alert here. So what we're going to do, we're going to copy one of the functions from here, and then we are going to come here right on top, and we're going to paste it. Let's change Let's change the name and we're going to call it invalid form. So in here, we're going to say invalid form and we're going to have a message. Please provide all required fields. Let's save it. So here it's just going to be an alert. So we're going to do nothing here. So let's copy this title that we have on top. We need to have this function where we put an empty function in our button. So here it's either we're going to show this or we're going to show this. So let's go ahead and try to submit. So we have an error. We haven't imported our alert. So we need to come back right to the top and import this component. So we're going to have an alert. Let's save. So if we save, then our alert should be working now. Invalid form, please provide all required fields. Then we press continue. We come back. If we provide this field, then submit, we're supposed to get something printed on our console. So this print statement that we're getting, we're supposed to be calling our REST API to process the user. So before we even process the user, what we're going to do, we're going to copy code that we have in here because it's going to be identical with the one that we're going to have in our registration. Let's close it. So in our text, we're going to require on press. So on press, we're supposed to navigate to the registration page. So let's set it as an empty function for now. And then we need to provide the style. So our style is going to come from our styles. So it's going to be style.registration. So we need to go ahead and reopen our login style. So let's put it side by side. So way below, we're going to have our registration. So let's copy the name, paste it. Then we're going to create our object. So the first thing that we're going to require is margin top. We want to give it a margin top of 20. Let's give it a color. By default, it's going to be black. So there's no need for us to provide the color. We need to align the text to the center. Let's see, we have an error. Okay. So we should add another bracket. So in here, let's format our code. Our code is well formatted. So we need to provide the text. So our text is going to be registration, not registration per se, but register. We need to make the R uppercase. So we have our text down below here. If we click, it's clickable. So we need to set navigation. So let's go to our login page. In our login page, let's check. We have our navigation right on top. We've set it already. So you can just cross check if you haven't put this navigation, then you need to go ahead and put it. This is the navigation that we're going to use to navigate to the registration page. Let's see whether we have the page or not. We don't. So let's go ahead, navigate, and we need to provide our page in here. So let's go ahead and create a new screen, and we're going to call it sign up page. We can just call it sign up.jsx. So our main focus right now is to just create the file. We're going to create the styles a little bit later, or we can just use the style from the login. That's the best way to do it. So in here, we're going to create our component without the style. So that's our component. Let's save. After saving, now we need to go to our app.js. In our app.js, we need to create a new screen here so that we can be able to navigate to the page that we just created. So whenever you create a page, you should come here and create a new screen in this stack so that you can be able to move from one page to another. So here we need the page, but we are going to do the same way that we're doing here. So we need to visit index.js. In the index, we need to import the page, export it, and then we can get it in our app.js. So let's go ahead, import. We're going to import sign up. Right after importing, then we need to export the sign up page. Let's save. Let's close our index.js and let's come to our app.js. In our app.js, we need to import the page that we just exported now. So after orders, let's add a comma and then we can have our sign up page. So let's save. Don't mind the error. We'll fix it in a little bit. So here it's supposed to be sign up, as well as our component is going to be sign up. So let's save. Developed in here, and we want to put it in our registration page. So we're going to do it step by step. The first thing that we need to do, we need to come to line 50 where we have this scroll view, and we're going to close it. After closing it, then we're going to copy everything, and we're going to go to our sign up page. We remove this view that we have in here, and then we paste the code. That's the first step. Second step, we're going to go back to our login page. We need to copy these state variables and the function that we have below. Let's just copy all the state variables because we need to load. We need to set loader when we are registering. So let's come right on top, paste it. So before we go back to copy the other code, what we need to do in here, we need to pass our navigation. So we got that out of the way. Let's go back. Right at the top, we're going to require this validation schema, colors. Let's just copy everything here. We come back to our sign up page, and then we replace everything that we have on top, and then we save. So we even copy the styles from our login. So this is the login style that we imported here. That's the same style that we're going to use in this page, since they are quite similar. So since we've saved this page, if we click on register, we shouldn't have any error. We should have the same page, identical page as the one that we have in our login. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and set to have an extra field for our location. So we need to come to one of these views. So the first one is our email, the second one is our password. So what we need this view, the one for the email, because it's going to be similar to the one that we have for our location. And let's paste it down. If we save, now we have 3 fields. So we're going to reduce the size of this image a little bit so that we can see so right at the bottom, we have our registration. We can leave it like that since we have the back button, but we need to change the page title, the button title from login to sign up, like that. So now we have our sign up button. So here, let's go up to the view that we just pasted, and we need to change the placeholder and the values to location. But before we do that, we need to come right on the top. We have email, password, and we're going to have one for the location. That's for our validation schema. So this one is going to be location in lowercase, not uppercase. So we have our location here, and we have to get rid of this email, and we're going to set a minimum. So we're going to give it a minimum of 3 will do. And then we provide a message, provide a valid location. Then we remove this address from here, and this field is going to be required as well. So right now we need to go to our initial values. In our initial values, we're going to add 1 for the location, and initially is going to be an empty string. So since we got that out of the way, we have our email, and we need to focus on this. So we're going to change this to location. Let's save it. Oh, that's for the password. So we need to come right at the top. So this is the one that we have. The first one is closed. So the second one is the right one. So we need to change this to location. After changing it to location, we need to change these values to location. So we are going to press Command D, and then we're going to go ahead and select all occurrences of this location and change it of this email and change it to location. So be careful to select the values that you don't wanna get rid of. So here we're going to go with location like that. So we've changed everything. Let's see. Location outline, that won't work. That's for our icon. So we need to come to our icon, and then we need to find the right icon for our location. So here we're going to use iron icons, and we need to import these right on top. So we should add a comma, paste, save. So now we have our location icon here. Enter location, everything is working. If we click, then our border changes color. That means this part is active. So let's see whether we're missing something or not. Okay, so in here we don't need a response. So we're going to get rid of response. So everything is as expected. Now we want to integrate our REST API to our application. We're going to log in and to register. Then we're going to start introducing async storage because we need to store some of the variables in our local storage. Field for the username. So let's visit our Postman. So in our Postman, when we're creating a user, we require a username. So we have to accommodate that field on our registration page. So what we're going to do, we're going to copy the email view and then we're going to duplicate it. So let's go ahead and close it. Let's copy, and right on top of that view, we're going to paste the code that we just copied. Let's format our code a little bit. So right now, let's go ahead and change this title to username. So we have our username, email, location, and password, but we want to put everything inside. So to do that, we have to reduce the size of this image. Let's go ahead, try to change the icon. Okay, so that's going to be our icon for our username. Then we need to change the placeholder, and it's going to be username. And these fields that we have in here, we have to select them all. Okay, I think that's all. So we're going to say username. So right on top, we need to add another field, another value for our username in our schema, in our validation schema. So let's have username, provide a valid username, and it's required. And let's go to our initial values. In our initial values, we need to add username, and we are going to initialize it as an empty string. Let's put it as double so that everything can be uniform. So right now we need to handle this image. We need to make it a little bit smaller so that we can see this button when this image is like this. So what we're going to do, we're just going to reduce the size for this image only. So we need to overwrite this style that we have here. So let's go ahead and open login.style, and then we're going to copy the style that we have in here, come back to our page, and then we're going to replace this style because it's coming from the login style with these values, right? So we need to change the height. So let's divide it by 3. So in here, we need to import sizes. Okay. So let's get rid of that and try to write it. So by now, I think it's imported. So if we go back, press login, register, yes, our image is smaller. Our forms are within as well as our button. So this is exactly what we need. So we're done with this part. So first, since we have a user that we created when we're creating our API, we are going to log in that user first. And then if we log in successfully, we're going to go ahead and then make some changes to and try to create a new user. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to visit our backend. So in our backend, we need to make some few changes. Let's make it full screen. In our backend, we need to make some few changes. So in our auth controller, login user function. So here we need to make a change. So let me just go back to the way it was. So this is the way it was written, right? So if it is written this way, it will cause an error if a user provides an invalid email or invalid credential. So what we're going to do, we're going to use if statements for these two, for this one and this one, and this condition that we have. Okay, so let's go ahead. If not user, then we're going to return the response. So we just need to take this response that we have here and place it in here. So we are done with this part. Let's go ahead and handle the password. The password. So we need this condition first, and then we need to return our status and our message. So like this, we won't run into any error. So right now, let's go back to our native application. Next, we're going to try to implement to 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 create a request to our API, and then we need to set a loader for this button in the login page. So we need to pass the loader from this page to the button and then set the logic. If the API is processing, then we should show a circular progress indicator. Integrate our REST API, we want to be able to log in. So we're going to log in before we register, since we have an account that we created when we're creating the REST API. So the first thing that we need to clarify is how we are going to hook up the function that we're going to create to our form. Okay. So whenever we are going to call the REST API, we're going to call it here on submit. So on submit, we're supposed to call our function, the function that we're going to create, and then we execute the function. So we're going to create our function right on top, and we're going to call it login. So for REST APIs, we're going to use Axios. Some we're going to use fetch, but the majority we're going to use Axios and the app.js. So what we need to do right now, we need to create our login function. So for our login function, we're going to call our REST API, and to do that, we need Axios. And whenever we call this on submit, we should call our login function here. So we're going to create our function, hook it up to this part, and then we run some tests. Because the first thing that we need to do, we need to set the loader here. We need to set the activity indicator. So for us to trigger the activity indicator, we have a state variable that we declared on top, which is this loader. So in our function, we need to set loader to true. Then our activity indicator will be displayed here once we finish running our request, and then that loader is going to be set to false. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing that we're going to do is to create our function. So in here, we're going to have const is going to be login. So our function is going to be asynchronous, since we are going to be waiting for the data from our REST API. So in here, we're going to require the values. So these values are going to come from on submit. So these values are the same as these values. So we're just going to pass this to our login function, and then this is the data that we are going to send to our backend. So after this, we need an arrow function, and let's close it right here. So inside, the first thing that we need to do, we need to set loader. We need to set it to true. So let's save it. And in here, to just run a test, we're going to log the values. Okay. So first we're going to log the values, and then we can go ahead and implement the rest of our API stuff. So here we're going to log values. So let's go ahead and hook this login function to on submit. So on submit, we're calling the login function, and then we're passing values to this function. So if we save and click, then these values that we have in here are supposed to be printed on our console. So we have our values here. That means our function is working fine. The next thing that we need to do, since we have triggered this set loader to true, let's go ahead and hook our activity indicator to this button. So we need to go to our button. So this is our button, and we need to open our button, right? So here we need to receive a loader. So let's save. Let's go back to our login page. In our login page, we need to pass the loader, the loader value to our button. So we're going to have loader, and this loader is going to be equal to the loader that we have on top. So right now we can be able to use this loader in our button. So we're going to use this loader to set the condition of like whether we're going to display the text or we're going to display a progress indicator, an activity indicator. So what we're going to do here, we're going to cut this line of code, put some braces, and we're going to have our loader. If loader, then we're going to display, else we're going to display an activity indicator. So to use our activity indicator, first we need to import it. So our activity indicator has been imported here. So we need to close it. It's a closed component. Let's go ahead and format our code. So if loader is equals to false, then we're going to display this text. Otherwise, we're going to display our activity indicator. So since we clicked that page, since we clicked the button, and we set our activity indicator to true, then this button is going to show an activity indicator since our value is equals to true. So let's go back to our login page. Now we want to handle all our REST API stuff, and then we can set this button to false. So in here, we can get rid of this log function. So we need a try catch block. In our try, we are going to require some parameters. So the first one is going to be our endpoint, and our endpoint for logging in is going to be a string. So let's go to our Postman. So if we open Postman and go to login user, we have our endpoint here. So we can just copy the endpoint, go back to our application, and then we paste the endpoint here. Next, we're going to require data, okay? So the data is the data that we're going to be passing to our REST API. So here, our data is going to be these values that we have here. So we're going to assign values to the data. Let's close that. After that, we need to go ahead and have our variable for response. So we're going to say const response. So whatever we get from the REST API is going to be stored in this response. And we need to access the data in this response to do whatever we want with the data. Okay. So we are going to await Axios. So here, Axios has to be imported. So right on top, our Axios has been imported, so we're good to go. And then we are going to post. And when posting, we're going to require two things, which is our endpoint and our data. Okay, so we have our endpoint and our data. So right after we get our response, we're going to check if response status is equals to 200, then we need to go ahead and save the data somewhere. If the status is 200, then we are going to do something here. Okay. Else we are going to display an alert box, an alert. So we are going to just copy the alert that we have here. Let's see. We're going to copy this alert and we're going to paste it in here. Let's change the title. So we're going to say error logging in. Please provide valid credentials. So this can remain the same. So it's okay. Let's go ahead and save. So if there's an error, then we're going to show an alert box also. An alert, not an alert box. My bad. We're going to say error, right? And then in here, we're going to display the error. So since we've set loader to true, we need to set it to false. So let's say here we get our data, right? If we get our data, then we are going to set loader to false. That's the first. Even if we don't get our data, we need to set loader to false. So right below, we are going to have finally, then we need to set loader to false. So whenever we run these conditions, once we get down here, we need to set loader to false. So the change that we made in our backend pertaining our login, the way that we're handling errors, if we send this request, our backend shouldn't have any problem. It should just send us an error message. It shouldn't crash. So we are going to go ahead and reboot our application. Once we reboot our application, then we can go ahead and try to log in a user. So let's go back, press on login. We need to change this and we need to write an error. So we're going to just say, oops, error logging in. Then we're going to prompt them to try again, right? So we got that out of the way. So everything is set up already. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to just put a random email and a random password. If we put this and then send it to our backend, then we are going to be sent back this error since our user doesn't exist. So let's go ahead and write a random email. Okay. So if we send this request, then error logging in, please try again. Okay. With correct credentials. So we have an account that we created when we were working on our backend. So we need to go ahead and use that account to log in. If we log in, then we are going to console. We're going to print the results on our console. So we need to come back right to the top. So this is where we are getting our response and we are setting loader to false here. So after setting loader to false, then we need to log back our response. So here we're going to have log. So in our log, we're going to take this response and we're going to access one of the parameters from our response. So let's go ahead and do that. So we have our response. So if we want to access anything that's in our response, we are going to use dots. So these are the things that are in our response. So what we need the data, okay? So it is the same way that we are using to access the status here. So if we say response dot then status, then we're getting a status code. So let's go ahead and try to open our Postman. So this is our Postman and this is our login requests. This is the URL that we copy and this is the user that we want to log in with. So this is our email and this is our password. So here I'm just going to copy the email and go back to our native application, and in our form here on our email field, then we're going to enter the email that we just copied. So we can just paste it. After pasting, we need to provide a password. So our password is going to be password 123. So here we can just hide it, and then if we press login, we should have something printed on our console. So let's go ahead, make it a little bit larger, and then we can press the button. Okay, so here we do have an error. So let's go ahead and try to type this, johndoe@example.com. Then our password, let's unhide it. Okay, this was our error. Our password is wrong. So let's go ahead and try to log in. There you go. So we have our response. So in our response, we are getting the user ID, email, location, token, and the username. So if we go back to our Postman and send the same request, this is the data that we are getting here. So it is the same data that we're getting in our application. So we are good to go. But before we even proceed, let's go ahead and open our backend. So this is our backend. We need to go ahead and open auth controller. In our auth controller, we have this spread operator. So in this spread operator, we were excluding the password, this __ v, created it and updated it, and just sending the other data. So this data is not shown to us. So everything is going well. So let's go back to our application. Now that we have this data, we should do something with it. So since we have our username and our email, we need to go ahead and save this data in our async storage so that we can access it in our profile page. So we are not going to call get profile, since if a user logs in, then we are getting all the data. So our flow is log in, get all the data, put it in async storage. Then we're going to be using that data to display our profile and to judge whether there's a user who's logged in or not. Our data in our async storage. But the first thing that we need to do, if we get the response and the status is 200, we need to go ahead and use this value that we have on top, which is we need to use this function to push our data into response data. So we're going to use set response data. So we need to call this function set response data, and we are going to pass the data that we get from our response.data. So now we're not going to use response, but we're going to use the response data that we have here on top. So after we set this, now we need to await async storage. So we've already installed the package in our dependencies. If we come to package.json and open the file, we have async storage right on top. So this is the package that we're using to store the data in our local storage. So let's go ahead and close our package.json. So in here, we need to set values. So first, we're going to set item. And the item that we need to set first is going to be our data, but we need a key. So we need a key and the value. Key and the value. So first we need to use interpolation. So we need to say user, and in here we are going to concatenate this user that we put and the user ID. So it's going to be like this. So let's say if you are storing something, the user data is going to be user, then the ID comes after user. Okay. So how do we get this user ID? So the user ID, we're going to get it from our response data, this response data that we have here, since we've set the data using this function. So here we're going to call our response data dot, then we need to access our data. So if we open our terminal, we need to get our ID, right? So we need to have underscore ID, like that. But first, before we even get to this point, let's go ahead and comment this out. What we need to do, we just need to log. We need to log the ID. Okay, so we are going to get this line as it is, paste it here, and we are going to change this response data, since we can leave it like that since we've set the data right here on top. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to log in. So here, this is our ID on our console. This is the way that we're going to store our ID. So we can go ahead and uncomment this and comment out this. So we have our key. Now we need to provide our value. So our value is going to be the response data, everything that's in this response data. So we need to add a comma, and then we need to stringify our data to convert it to a JSON object. So to do that, we're going to use json.stringify, and then we have a bracket. In the bracket, then we'll put our data. So our data is going to be response data. So we convert whatever we are getting in here to string, to JSON string, and then we store it in our async storage. So down here, we need to have a test. So we're going to say await async storage dot get item, right? And if you are getting an item, we need to provide a key. So the key that we are going to provide is going to be this key that we have. And we need to log this new user below, okay? Like that. So let's go ahead and try to log in again and see our results in our console. So this is the data that we just stringified. So if you take a look at it here, once we get this data, we're setting it to this value, right? And then we're going to store the data using this ID, and we're going to stringify our response and store it in our local storage with the key user and the user ID. And down here, we're going to get that data back using the same ID that we set with. And then we're going to print it down below. But we don't need to do this. This was just for testing how to set the data and how to get the data. So what we need to do below, we're going to just set the ID. We want to be able to get the ID if we need it. So let's go down here. We can just copy this line of code that we have on top, paste it here. So in here, we need to change our key, and our key has to be a string. We are going to call it ID. And then here, we're going to stringify our response.id dot underscore ID is going to be like this. And after this is done, then we need to navigate back to our profile page, but we need to go ahead and check. We have our navigation here. So we are going to use that navigation to navigate back. So here we're going to use replace navigation.replace, supposed to be replace. Then we need to provide the name of the page that we want to replace the current page with, which is our bottom navigation bar. So if we come to our app.js, we want our first page, the first page that we put in this tag, which is this bottom navigation bar. That's where we want to navigate to. So here, let's try to format our code a little bit. So we're going to bring this down, and we're going to bring this down. This will do. So let's save it. So we are going to go ahead and log in. If we log in successfully, then we are going to be sent to our profile page. Exactly. So if we go to our profile, we still have this page because we need to set the logic. We need to set the logic for this page, right? So if the data exists in our local storage, then we have to display the profile page, not the login page. Once we get our response from our request, we are setting it in this response, and to access the data, we're using response.data. So now we have our data, and our data is set in our state variable, which is this variable that we have on top, right? So now we can use our state variable to access our data. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to set all the data that we get from our response in our response data to our local storage. but we need a key in order for us to be able to store that data and to retrieve that data. So here we're using an interpolation of the word user and the user ID. So if you are storing our data, it's going to be user, and then our user ID comes after this word user. So when we need to get this data, we're going to run a command async storage. Let's just write it down here. Async storage, async storage dot get item. And in here, we need to provide our key, right? So let's take, for example, this is our key, the one that we use to store the data in our local storage. We need to take the same key and then put it here so that we can get our data. And after getting our data, we're going to also set the ID, because we need to just call get item, and we use this key to get the ID, and then we can use interpolation just to get all the data after we are done with this part, because we want to use that data in our profile and to check whether there's data in this local storage or not, which is related to the current user. Change this location that we have here. So to do that, we're going to retrieve our data from local storage, and then we can be able to set location to the location of the user. So we need to go back to our login page. So in our login page, not login page, but our profile page. So let's close the login page. In our profile page, we need to copy all these lines of code that we have on top, and we need to put them in our home page. So we're going to copy from this function that we have here. We're going to reuse it and this use effect, and we need to go to our home page. And in our home page, we need to come right inside our component, and we need to paste these lines of code. So next, we need to go ahead and import async storage. So we can just remove it and then put it again, so it's imported right at the top. Okay, so now we have our data. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and check whether we're retrieving our data or not. So here we need to also copy these state variables that we have on top. So we go back to our profile, and in our profile we need to copy these two, because these are important when we want to set our data. We get our data, we set our data, then we use the data that we set in these values. So let's refresh. Okay, so right now we need to go ahead and remove this else statement, because it won't be valid in here. So here we need to start with our location. Okay, so we're going to cut this from here, and we need to have braces. So in our braces, we're going to check the user data. If the user data has not use effect, but user data. So if our user data has something, then we need to display user data.location. Else we're going to display a string with the default title. So if we refresh, then we should have the location from the data that we stored in our local storage. So we're done with this part. So next, we're going to just go ahead, focus on the registration, and then we come back. The cart, we're going to deal with it when we implement the cart. We haven't done that as yet, and deal with our favorites, because here we're not yet adding favorites to our local storage, because we need a user ID to be able to store the user favorites accordingly. Like, let's put it this way. We need each and every user to be unique. Let's say we have 2 users or more than 3 users who are using the same device. So we need to identify them uniquely. We don't want to store the data in one key. We don't want to just put a generic key. We need to put a unique ID for each and every data that we are storing. So each ID is going to be unique for each and every user. So even if you log out and another user logs in, the data they are going to store in the local storage, they are going to be stored under their ID, not someone else's ID. Okay, so we'll do that, and then we will proceed to finish. We're almost done. We can work on our registration. To work on our registration, we need to be able to access our page. So we need to go back because we're working in our home page, we just need to go back to our profile. And in our profile, right at the top, we have this logout function, which is calling an alert and showing these things. So here if a user presses logout, right? If he presses continue, then we're supposed to run a function in here so that they can log out. Okay, so we need to create the function for a user to log out. So let's come right at the top. We're going to create a function and we're going to call it user logout. So our function is going to be asynchronous. Let's have our arrow function and let's close it here. So inside, the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to require the same things that we have here on top, okay? Because we need to remove these values from our local storage. So let's go down and let's paste these lines of code. So in here, we need a try catch block. We want to be able to access our async storage and remove these keys from our local storage. So the first thing that we're going to do, we are going to await our async storage, and then we need to remove multiple keys from our storage. So we're going to be removing this user ID and we're going to remove the ID also. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we need to provide the keys of whatever we are going to remove. So we need to send the requests as an array. So first we're going to have the user ID, and next we're going to have an ID. Okay, so we're going to have ID here. Okay, this ID we can pass it as a string because that's the name of our key. So we need to pass it as a string. So we're removing these two. So when we catch the error, we're just going to console log the error. Okay, so let's copy whatever we have on top. Let's paste it down here. So we're going to say error. This is logging out, ain't it? Error logging out. So here is supposed to be the user. So let's go ahead and save it. So right now, if we hook this function, then we should be able to run it and log out. But after we remove our data, we are going to require to navigate back. Okay, so here we're going to use our navigation and we're going to replace this page with our bottom navigation bar. Okay, so let's go ahead and hook this user login to continue. So here on press, then we're going to, let's see, we need to get rid of that. On press, we need to have user logout, not user login. Make one change before we run our test. So what we need to do, we need to change this remove item, because remove item is for removing one key. So we want to remove multiple keys. So I made a typo when I was typing. So it's supposed to be remove multiple. Then we provide this user ID, which is an interpolation of this user and the ID that we are passing from our storage, right? And we need to also remove this ID. That's why we have it here. After removing it, we are going to navigate back to our bottom navigation bar. So let's go ahead and try to log out and see what happens. Okay, so we're successfully logged out. And here we don't have our data, so our location is changed to our default location. That's a good thing. That's one. Two, if we come here, then we are prompted to our login screen, meaning that we are not logged in. So if we press back, we can come here and then play around with it in whichever way we want to. So now we want to go to our registration page and work on this, and then we can finish up with this part. Make one change before we run our test. So what we need to do, we need to change this remove item, because remove item is for removing one key. So we want to remove multiple keys. So I made a typo when I was typing. So it's supposed to be remove multiple. Then we provide this user ID, which is an interpolation of this user and the ID that we are passing from our storage, right? And we need to also remove this ID. That's why we have it here. After removing it, we are going to navigate back to our bottom navigation bar. So let's go ahead and try to log out and see what happens. Okay, so we're successfully logged out, and here we don't have our data, so our location is changed to our default location. That's a good thing. That's one. Two, if we come here, then we are prompted to our login screen, meaning that we are not logged in. So if we press back, we can come here and then play around with it in whichever way we want to. So now we want to go to our registration page and work on this. this button. So if we come to our sign up and come to our button, we need to pass the loader. We need to pass the loader, because if we come to our button, we have this parameter loader. We need to pass it from our sign up page. So you just need to write loader. So let's just do it together, loader, and then here you need to pass the loader. This loader is coming from our state variables. So initially this loader is equals to false. So if it is not loading, we are going to display this text. If it is false, if loader is false, then we're going to display this text. And if it is loading, then we are going to display an activity indicator. Same, we need to come and change our logic here from is valid is equals to false to not valid. Then we need to provide a gray color. We need to display a gray color. And if it is valid, then we want to display a green color. So let's go ahead and try to register a user. But the first thing that we need to do before we register a user, we need to go back to our backend. So this is our backend, and we need to come to our auth controller. In our auth controller, we need to come to where we were creating a user. Here it's supposed to be location. I hope it won't conflict. Location. Okay, so we have our location. So we need to go to our user model. Okay, we can just come right at the top and we click, and then this is our user model. So we need to remove this default, and we're going to just set required to true. We want to have this location by any means possible. So if a user logs in, then we need them to, if a user is registering, we need them to provide this location. Okay, so let's go ahead and save, and let's save this here. So everything is okay here. Let's go back to our application. So in our application, the first thing that we need to create a function to call our REST API. But let's check our form validation. So we have 4 fields: password, email, location, and username. They all check out. Okay, so we can go ahead and create a function. So here we're going to say register user. So it has to be asynchronous and is going to require values. And we need our arrow function, and we need to put our function in here. So let's just go ahead, close it. In here, the first thing that we need to do, we want our endpoint. So we might need to go back to Postman. We might need to go back to Postman. But first, before we go to Postman, let's set loader to true, because if we click wherever we're clicking, or click on this button and this register user function is called, then we need to set loader to true. And after that, we need to go ahead and interact with our backend. So to do that, we need a try catch block. The first variable that we need in our try catch block is our endpoint. Okay, that's the first. And the second one that we need is our data. So our data is going to be equivalent to the value that we're getting here. So the values, not value. So we have our values. Right after that, we need to go ahead and create our response, our variable for response. So here is going to be response, and here we are going to await Axios. So we need to import Axios. So if we come right at the top, our Axios has been imported. So right next, we need to have a post method. Okay. So in our post method, we are going to require these two. The first one that we're going to put is the endpoint, and after our endpoint, we're going to require our data. Okay, so that's good. So here we said in our response, we need to access the data that we're getting. So we want to access the status. So we said for creating a user, our status is going to be 201. So if we visit our Postman and go to register, okay, not register, but let's go to our application and open our backend so that we can just be sure of what we are doing. So here our status is 201. Okay, so if we get this status code, then that means we've successfully created a user. We need to go ahead and process to add some additional processes that we need to do after a user has been created. So let's go back. So here, if our status is equals to 201, then we are going to need to navigate. Okay, so we're going to use navigation. So here, after this, we're going to replace this. We're going to replace this page with the login page. Okay, so after a user has been created, then they should be redirected to the login page. If there's an error, then we need to console log that error. So here, we're just going to pass the error. So we're done, but we need our endpoint here on top. So let's go to our Postman. So in our Postman, we need this endpoint. So let's go ahead, copy the endpoint, and let's go back to our application, and we need to paste the endpoint in here. Okay, so we have our endpoint. Next, we need to hook this function to where it's supposed to be used. So we said with format, I mean, we are going to hook it on submit. So if you press on submit, then we're going to run our function, and our function requires values. So we're going to pass these values to our function, and then these values are going to be assigned to the data, and we're going to pass this data to our requests alongside with our endpoint, and then we're going to get response. After we get response, we check whether our response is equals to 201, because if it is 201, it's a successful creation. If it is 201, then we need to navigate back to the login page so that a user can log in using the credentials they've used to create their own account. And if there's an error, we're just going to log the error here. So we're almost done, so let's just cross-check everything. So we do have location, that's okay. Username, value, username. So we need to cross-check our values, whether we are inputting the right values. So the first one, we said we have username. The second one should be email. We need to check the value. The value is email, so that's correct. And down here, we need to check the value, location, that's correct. And the last one, we need to check, that's the password, so that's correct. So what we're going to do here, we're going to just create an account. Okay, so I'm just going to give it some random names, because names are a little bit complicated. So the password, we're going to put the same password as before. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. We've successfully signed up. So it was dre@a.com, and our password was password123. Okay, so let's log in. Let's try again. Okay, so our location was Malibu, and we successfully logged in. So here, Dr. dre@a.com. So everything is going accordingly. So we are done with this part, registration and logging in. But the other thing that we need to do in our sign up page, we need to get rid of the text right at the bottom, like the registration text, this text that we have here. Okay, so we're going to get rid of it. We don't require. So in our registration page, you have an option to go back. So when you're going back, you are redirected to the login page. So we don't require that text. That's why we got rid of it. So next, we're going to focus on our functions.